Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard, you and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is up thick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the pump for the water like it's never no man. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Krummer, and I'm still here at the hospital with Lady Che. She should be getting out in a few days. Fingers crossed. Should be joining us in the background, and Shabaka Sankori, our West Coast correspondent, should also be joining us. And on the season 4, episode 50, part 3 of the Frontline Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. I don't know what the topics are. The first topic is Dr. UMAR is a deadbeat father and a race hustler, question mark. Then we got Beware, top 15 U.S. black cities, or U.S. cities black people should avoid at all costs. Then we got Joyless Reid, failed to destroy FBA's reparation movement on MSNBC. Then we got Fascism is the American way. Then we got Why They Hate Us is Why We Fight. Then Sista says we need to start showing up and showing out at the town hall meetings like the folks do. Then Democratic Party now targeting Mayor Eric Adams after Trump tells DOJ to drop bribery charges. Ohio police threatening to arrest their brother over daughter's stolen vehicle that was reported recovered. And how Sam Cooke tried to warn Malcolm X and paid for it. Then we got No Shame in Their Stank. These people are very nasty. We're going to go over how nasty they are. Lady Chase says hi. And then we got 10 years in federal prison. Noem, Christy Noem says ICE raid leakers found and will face prosecution. So the people that was leaking where the ICE raids were, they're going to face prosecution. And then we got independent candidate for Dolton mayor, Casundra Hopson-Jordan, sits down for one-on-one interview. And last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. So those are the topics for tonight. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button for Frontline Blacc News. And Twin says, get well soon, Lady Che. And we got Kahari. We got Kahari in the building. You can't hear me talking? Or maybe you should turn the volume down on the TV. Alright, y'all, so I'm gonna hop right into it. Shabaka will be joining us whenever he comes in. So a good brother Best Supreme gonna give us an update on what UMAR Johnson was talking about. So UMAR Johnson did a video saying that he regrets not raising daughters or getting married. Yeah. Ernie, hold on. I gotta help Lady Che out.
You know what I mean? The man with a career.
Hold on.
Blame him. He's the pappy. He the pappy. He the pappy. Use the pappy, sir. And that's how a lot of these women get down. Place all the blame on the man who's the most responsible, the man with the best credit, right? Let's get into this Dr. Umar thing, man. You got good credit, she gonna blame that baby on you for sure. She done slept with gangbangers, thug niggas, and drug dealers, and a nigga with a good job. She done slept with them all. But she gonna blame it on the nigga with the steady job instead of blaming it on one of the thugs that she done slept with raw. Then let him hit it from the back.
You're a lawyer or engineer, but show me what you can do well So I say, okay, if she can do this well, I'm going to use that. You follow me? If she say I can do the hell out of an event, I got you. I can do the hell out of correspondence, fundraising, because I'm looking for how you can benefit me. You see, the movement, and I think too often with the sisters, they look at how they can benefit me when that bedroom is closed. Yes. That's important, but that's not more important than what you can do for the movement. You follow what I'm saying?
And here go Dr. Umar talking about he regret not raising daughters or getting married. Right? And I'm tired of women in our community making it seem like these females were just honest women who got pregnant by some guy who just left them. But they don't want to take the time to consider the fact that a lot of these females sleep around and they don't even know who they don't even know who the father is when it comes to their baby. But black men get a bad rap and they never hold these promiscuous females accountable for anything they do. Even when you look at those Maury shows, the results are in and it says you are not the father. They never criticize the woman. They say, it's okay, we'll find a daddy. There's no repercussions. This woman then sat up there and blamed this man for months, made his life a living hell, telling everybody he's the father, and come to find out he is not the father. Nobody condemns them. Nobody criticizes them. She goes on about her day and repeats the same cycle because there's no consequences for her being promiscuous. People on the Maury show never hold her accountable. They console her. Oh, it's going to be okay. It's all right. And never do she say, and some, yeah, sorry. It don't matter that you sorry. Look at all this bullshit you didn't put me through. Slandering my reputation. All because I don't want to take care of a kid that's not mine. And you done let another nigga hit it from the back and got the nerve to blame it on me. But I'm wrong for not claiming a child when you done slept with several other niggas that Doug niggas hit it from the back. But you gonna sit up there and blame the baby on me, slander my reputation in the process because I won't claim the baby. Knowing damn well you done slept with other niggas. Those females are not held accountable. So they repeat the cycle. It continues. But the man got to get booed. Your reputation got to get slandered. They got to drag your name through the mud.
Having not been more responsible when I dated my daughter's mothers, because I have never reconciled with myself the fact that my children were raised in the home without me. You don't necessarily have to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, but show me what you can do well. So I say, okay, if she can do this well, I'm going to use that. You follow me? If she say I can do the hell out of an event, I got you. I can do the hell out of correspondence, fundraising, because I'm looking for how you can benefit me.
I'm looking for how you can benefit me. This is Dr. Umar, y'all. See, now I feel for the women who were good women. They only slept with one man. She was in a committed relationship and the man left her with a baby. I have compassion for those women. I don't have compassion for the women who sleep around and give their bodies to multiple men. Now they don't know who their baby daddy is. I have no compassion for those women. You're nasty, you're promiscuous. Now you must deal with the consequences. Let's continue. Now, yeah.
Were raised in the home without me. You don't necessarily have to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, but show me what you can do well. So I say, okay, if she can do this well, I'm going to use that. You follow me? If she say I can do the hell out of an event, I got you. I can do the hell out of correspondence, fundraising, because I'm looking for how you can benefit me. You see, the movement, and I think too often with the sisters, they look at how they can benefit me when that bedroom is closed. Yes. That's important, but that's not more important than what you can do for the movement. You follow what I'm saying?
How can people help? Like, are you accepting donations for books right now, pencils, anything of that sort?
Great question. Is through financial contributions.
He's talking about the school. He's talking about women. A long list of things, man. Tap in and support the game. Sunday.
Contribution or skilled labor contribution. So that means Cash App, PayPal, check, money order, or If you are a plumber, electrician, HVAC technician, or carpenter, you can donate some time and come help us get some of the work done here at the campus.
Okay. And I know you've been with me for like almost
Nigga,
an hour, but can you
please.
kind of explain that? 'Cause
Where the hell is
you know,
my
people gonna ask,
$50?
well, why doesn't he want the books? Or
Yes,
they're
let me
free. Why does
explain
he
that.
not want that right now?
There will come a time where you can send physical gifts to the school. Dr. Umar, I have artwork for the wall. Dr.
I want
Umar,
my
I have
money
a
back.
collection of Malcolm X book school. I have classroom furniture. I have desks. There will be a time when
I
we
need
will
to see the
start
damn school
receiving
back.
physical gifts.
And I want my money
The
back.
reason we cannot accept them now is we need the school.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So renovations can be done.
Um,
Our electricians and plumbers
That's
and
fine.
other
So
techs
let me
that
go on
can't
mute.
work.
Now, how many guys believe this? He's making it seem like he has everything together. I have electricians, plumbers, people who do heating and air conditioning, right? Do you believe Dr. Umar, or do you feel like, hey man, he's hustling the people, he's scamming the people? This school ain't gonna never open. Give me your thoughts on the situation.
Over a whole bunch of storage. We need space to
okay.
get the plumbing done.
Sorry,
Space
family.
to get the electric work done.
Logistics.
And we do not
Just,
have
I just got to get a show in the same room.
parts of the school right now, but we
Rent's
don't
free
have
better,
a
right?
true
So,
storage facility.
and
So in order to
I
avoid clutter right
told
now
Dr.
during
Umar,
renovation
we
phase,
good cupcake
please
shit.
hold off on your gifts, but there will
A
come a
couple weeks
time
back on
when we'll
RBA.
be able to send them, and I will be sure to announce that.
Okay. And do you have any regrets in life?
Yes,
Do you mind sharing maybe one or two?
One, if I knew that I would be chosen to do this job, which I would date to 2010, I would have been married by 2010. Because at this stage of my life, it's very difficult to meet women who want you for the right reason and are serious and sincere enough to stand by you through the good and the bad. And I think if I had a wife who I went home to every...
This is bullshit, man. A lot of men, listen, man, we got to be honest. A lot of men don't want to go home to the same woman every night. You know what I mean? You might travel, you meet beautiful women all across the country, across the world. You might want to entertain those women. You know, it sounds good for you to talk that family talk, but if you really wanted to be married, nigga, you would be married. So I don't believe any of this nonsense that Dr. Umar is selling. You know what I mean? We ain't buying what you selling, brother.
Right.
The women might buy it, but we don't.
Exactly.
If this dude wanted to be married, he would be married. Let's continue.
Wife.
Easily.
Who I went home
I
to
think this
every
wrong.
night.
What
I
rent's
think
free
I would
today?
be so much further in the work than I am now. Because even if you have good workers, and I do have some great sisters who work with me, they go home to other men. So there's certain things I can't tell them because it's too sensitive for the school to have that information risk being told.
Let me address this that's on the screen. Love More 85 says, so happy I have 0 children at 35. All I want is my career, my investments to travel and date as I see fit. Life is lighter without the deadbeats. Well, don't wait until you're 40 to decide that you want to get married. That's all I'm saying. And then tell everybody you deserve a man that's highly successful because you feel like you're ready to settle down on your own terms.
Oh.
And I'm not mad at you. You know, live your life the way you see fit. All I'm saying is a lot of you women, you chase your career, you get 35 plus. Now you want a man to settle down. Now you want a man to settle down on your turn. And I'm not attacking you. So I don't want nobody attacking her. We're just having a simple conversation. You know what I mean?
Can I
When you
say
wait
something?
until your late 30s to decide that you want to get married, you don't have the same options that you had when you was in your 20s. And I want you women to understand that. But live your life the way you see fit.
Oh, sorry. So I don't agree. I do see it both sides. So, uh, I think Dr. Umar preferred throw that moment in as deflection. Like a moment to deflect on the travesty of what he's doing. I really don't know much about what we're talking about, except for Dr. Umar been making a spectacle of himself. Where, okay, pause right there. I did say that. Uh, I want to say that I myself am afraid to restart dating, no matter how much I and him may not get along. Um, I've been sick for like 8, 9 years, 10 years. And the last 10 have been really horrible. I don't want to, but I'm not complacent. And these people think that we stay with the same dude, that we're just being lazy and yeah, here you go. And, you know what I mean? Or I'll just accept anything and I will change. That's a lie. Sorry, my voice is right out. Hell, regular women, we just want you to be nice to us and make us feel important. That's all. Out of the world is your oyster. But when you meet, then you got this deflective nonsense in man life. Y'all, yeah. It's not just like, look out. On down, I ain't got no breath. Say that. See what I'm saying? So, I just think that if you got somebody in your life, you love them, treat them better. I gotta do the same thing. However, there's levels. You know what I mean? And I have to do the same thing too. Can't preach to the choir if I'm not gonna hear the gospel. Okay? Carry on, Jesse.
There's a give and take to everything. All I'm saying is this: it's a give and take to everything. Because a man who's highly successful that's looking for a wife, he's not looking to wife somebody up that's pushing 40 when he can get somebody that's in their 20s and childbearing years. That's all I'm saying. I'm not mad at her. This is a reality check for Black women in general. I just use that as an example. You know, a lot of these women who chase their careers think they can wait. They think they can wait until their late 30s to decide they want to get married. And by that time, the men who do want to get married, they can get a woman that's much younger in childbearing years. That's what these ladies got to understand. But I'm not knocking them. When you make your choice, you got to lay in that bed. And that's the bed that women got to lay in. You pushing 40, you want to get married. A man who does want to get married would rather marry a woman in their 20s in childbearing years. So that's the there's a give and take to everything we do. You sell drugs, you might get rich, but you risk going to the penitentiary. The penitentiary comes with that game. As long as you're willing to accept the consequences of your choices, it's all gravy, baby.
To another person who I do not know. You follow me? So I can't give them everything because there's some things that can't be repeated. And as you know, pillow talk, usually nothing is off limits with pillow talk. So even with the women I trust, I can't give them everything because I can't afford for that information to be divulged. So if I had a wife I know I would be so much further. And even when I talk about having my 2 wives, and of course, a lot of people take issue with that, but they don't understand it from a political perspective. They don't get it that that's 2 women who he can give everything to. You understand?
Another thing I say is this too. A lot of career women, they got to pay for the men that they want. Like Kendra G, man who's bought options to wife up a woman in childbearing years is going to wife up a 40-plus-year-old woman like Kendra G with all these unrealistic expectations. The only man that's going to take Kendra G serious is a man who ain't got no money or a tether who needs a green card. Those are the type of women that boss chicks end up with. They get a broke beta male with no money who depends on them to support them financially, or end up with a tether who needs a green card. Those are the only men that's going to be looking to marry you career women in your 40s. Being honest with you. Women like Kendra G got to get a man with no money. She basically got to take care of the man. She got to foot the bill or go overseas and get a tether who needs a green card. Those are the type of men that are left for these boss chicks, these independent, strong Black women. Those are the men that are waiting for you. Any man that's chipped up, bossed up, is going to get a younger woman. Less miles on her body, no children, in childbearing years. If I'm going to spend money on a woman, if I'm going to wife up a woman, I'm going to get a younger woman in childbearing years. I'm not going to get some independent woman past 40 who spends $2,000 on wigs. Why would I tolerate an independent boss chick in her 40s who needs wigs to feel beautiful? Kendra G had to freeze her damn eggs. So the only man that's left for her is men she got to take care of and tethers with green cards. Well, tethers who need a green card. I said this a long time ago. Independent boss chicks, they might as well come to terms with the fact that they're gonna have to take care of men. You're gonna have to find a man you got to take care of. That's what's gonna happen to these boss chicks. You got to provide the lifestyle for the man you want to be with. A man of means is not going to provide that lifestyle for you. Why? Because he can get a woman that's much younger with less baggage. A woman who don't need to spend $2,000 on wigs per month. So Kendra G, as long as Kendra G is happy with the fact that she got to take care of her man, as long as she's happy with the fact that for the most part, she's only going to attract tethers who need a green card. And men that she got to take care of. Boss niggas don't want to wife up no independent boss chick that's in her late 30s and early 40s. Where you can get a woman that's much younger in her 20s, childbearing years. Those are the type of women that boss niggas are going to wife up. They're not going to wife up you independent boss chicks pushing 40, bragging about the fact that you got money. No, you're not wifeable. You're not teachable. And that's why you end up with tethers who need a green card. Those are the facts. Really didn't rap, no cap. Now, I know people don't want to hear this, but it's true.
Yes, greetings, Shabaki.
Ultimately, what I'm saying is true.
In the middle of the video.
Okay.
Hold on, let me adjust this real quick. I'm just playing with this thing real quick. So as long as Kendra G is happy, then let her be happy. She gotta use her money to take care of the man, because a man with money is not going to be looking to take care of her. So as long as you women are willing to accept that, it's all gravy, baby. You made your bed. It's time to lay in it. You a boss chick in your late 30s. You a boss chick in your 40s. Be prepared to take care of the man that you want to be with. That's all I'm going to say.
God forbid, if one of them defects from the camp, you have the other one. You don't have to rebuild nobody. You can keep on going. That's the importance of having 2 queens in my work. So then people say, well, why can't you just have 2 trusted assistants? I just told you, they go home to other men. So there's certain information that I cannot give them. In addition to that, they can't work all night because they have a family. But if I'm the family, they can work all night. It's no stopping. I can't begin to articulate all of the different benefits, non-sexual, that come to me in my work by having two women who walk that walk with me 24 hours a day and 7 days a week.
What you're saying is you think this, Dr. Moore, is something that if you had your wife,
Oh
you
my
would be
goodness.
out of this world. That's what you're saying.
Hard-working, serious, dedicated.
See, baby girl says she don't need a man's money. Well, successful men feel like that too. I mean, you don't want a woman that's a complete bum, but at the same time, if you chase your whole life, let me tell you why independent women don't make good wives. This is why independent women don't make good wives. If you spend your whole life chasing your career, you don't have no time to cater to a man. That has stripped you of your femininity. And you took on masculinity and masculine energy because you've been chasing money and your career your whole life. That's why career-driven women don't make good wives. That's why there's so many independent Black women who claim to be successful. This is why they're single. They don't make good wives. They've been stripped of their femininity. They done spent their whole life chasing their money. You know what I mean? You know, and when you spend your whole life chasing your career and money, you become a man. In other words, you become a man yourself. Why would a man that's looking for a woman choose a woman who has become a man? It doesn't make sense. This is why independent boss chicks end up with men who don't have money or tethers who need a green card. That's exactly how it works. A man with money is looking for youth and beauty, a woman who brings femininity to match his masculine energy. Those are the type of women that niggas that are bossed up. Professional men with money want younger women who can bring youth, beauty, and femininity. You boss chicks then spend your whole life chasing money. You became a man. Your femininity is gone. A woman who calls herself a boss is not fit to be a wife. A boss chick does not have wife qualities. She done spent her whole life chasing the money. She has zero wife qualities. So to all you independent boss chicks, be prepared to get a man with no money or a tether who needs a green card. Those are the type of men that's going to take you serious. I mean, a man with money might date you. Man with money might sleep with you. But when it's time for him to settle down and get a wife, he's not looking for a boss chick that's in her late 30s or 40s. You women are ran through. You come to the table with tons of problems, unrealistic expectations, and tons of mileage and a lot of baggage. When you're bossed up and papered up, you can get a younger woman who brings beauty and femininity. It is over for you boss chicks who's been chasing money. Settle for the broke nigga that you qualify for. Settle for the tether who needs the green card. Those are the men that you qualify for. And a lot of you women don't seem to understand this simple concept. It's easy to understand.
Confidential women? Oh my goodness. I don't know where we would be by now. So I do regret not getting married before 2010.
You remember when I said that, Virgil? I said fake femininity is on the rise in the Black community. See, you have some women, they'll pretend to be feminine because they know what type of woman you want, so they'll pretend to fit that role. But the truth always comes out. You're going to know if the woman is truly feminine. Listen, when you're dating her and you're just going out with her, you're not going to know the real her. Now, once you start spending time with her at her house, or she's spending time with you at her house, you're going to notice her habits. And that's going to tell you everything you need to know about her and her character. But yes, they'll pretend to be feminine, but it's only so long you can pretend. You know what I mean? You know, like conditional femininity, they'll say, well, if a man was paying my bills, I'd be feminine. Femininity is not, it's not, it doesn't go on and off like a light switch. Either you're feminine or you're not. And too many black women say, well, I'll be feminine for the right price. If you pay my
Well,
bills,
it's called
basically their
prostitution.
femininity is conditional, which shows you it was never real in the first place. She'll pretend to be feminine, and that's a prime example. Women who are feminine
Once
are feminine
again,
regardless.
it's called prostitution. That's why they
But
call
see, as a
them
man, you don't get to
straight.
say, well, if a woman treats me right, then I'll be masculine. You got to be masculine every day, regardless if you're dealing with a woman or not. If you're single as a man, you got to be masculine to get things done in the world. If you're in a relationship, you got to be masculine regardless. You can't be feminine one moment and think you're going to be masculine the next. That don't work for men. But for some reason, black women feel like I can be masculine, but if I meet the right man, then all of a sudden I'll become feminine. No, we're humans. We're creatures of habits. As humans, we are creatures of habit. If you're used to being masculine, you're not going to be feminine even for the right man because it's not in your nature. I'll be feminine if a man pays my bills. Selective femininity,
that's prostitution,
which shows that she's not feminine at all. She want to turn it on and turn it off. Either you're feminine or masculine. You can't be both at the same time. And that's the problem that I have with a lot of these independent black women. Well, I'll become feminine if I meet the right man. No, you're just masculine. You'll pretend to be feminine. Keyword, she'll pretend.
I regret having not been more responsible when I dated my daughter's mothers, because I have never reconciled with myself the fact that my children were raised in the home without me and with other men who may not be bad people, but are not the Pan-Africanist that I am. And so my daughters were not raised with that serious Pan-African, African-centered consciousness and personality that I would have liked for them to have. And I can't blame nobody for that but myself. So I regret that too.
Yeah, see, it's a give and take, man. You know, a lot of guys, you know, that's what happens. Now, when you're not living in a household with your children, you don't have the influence that you would love to have, because they're being influenced by other things, mainly the things that they're around every day, right? And that's the thing. So, but at the same time, it's like you don't want to be married, you don't want to settle down with one woman, but you still want to raise your kids the way that you see fit. That's a hard balance, because choices comes with consequences. Those are the consequences of not living in a house with your children. They're going to be influenced by other things because you're not around them every day. But if you don't want to get married, you want to just date and have whatever women you want to cater to you and serve you, then being with one woman is not going to make you happy. Every man wasn't fit to be married to one woman, to deal with one woman only. A lot of men are just not built for that lifestyle. And a lot of you men have to come to terms to accept that. You don't want that lifestyle. You don't want to come on to one woman. You want to enjoy the fruits of your labor. You go to Miami, you want to be able to knock you a bad one. You want to go to Houston. You want to go wherever. You want to have access to the women that you want to deal with. But when you get married, you sacrifice all of that. And a lot of you guys don't want to live that lifestyle. Now, regular guys with regular jobs who just go to work and come home, they might not mind having a wife. They might not mind sticking to that routine. But a man that's getting to the money, that's well-traveled, that's getting to the bread, he might not be ready to settle down and just be with one woman. We have to be real about this conversation. A lot of men were not built for that lifestyle. A lot of women wasn't built for that lifestyle. Look at the boss chicks that I just talked about. They want marriage, but they don't deserve marriage. The type of men that they want are not looking for women like them. So they'll say, I want marriage, but they are not fit for marriage. They're way too damn old and stuck in their ways. Only a fool would consider wifing them up. Anyway, man, let's get back to the content.
And so you talked on the issue. Thank you for being very honest about that last part. So if you're still single, and if you're still accepting, wifey resumes?
The interesting thing about the wifey resumes,
they're not coming?
No, they're coming. The two most interesting thing about the wifey resumes is most of them have come from women under the age of 35.
See,
I'm very shocked. I thought most.
It should come from women under the age of 35. Why would a man that's looking for a wife marry a woman above that age? She's going to come with children, a lot of psychological damage, a lot of baggage. She's been damaged psychologically. Now, a lot of older women are going to get mad at this, but at this point, you guys should already have your husband. If you a woman is over 35 and you mad about what I'm saying, that's only because you ain't got no damn husband. Now, the women that's over 35 that have husbands, they understand what I'm saying. They got wifed up a long time ago. But to all you women who chase your career, you're over 35, you unmarried, and what they're going to say in their defense is, I'm happy, I'm happily single. And da-da-da-da, ah, shut up, I don't want to hear that bullshit. You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me. That's why you get so pissed off when you hear the truth. The only women that get pissed off with this are the women that's over 35 and unmarried. Those are the ones who get mad about what I'm saying. The ones who are married, they ain't got a problem with it. They understand. Clearly, they understand what I'm saying.
Most of them would come from women between 35 and 50. No.
I don't know that one.
Most of the women are from 25 to 35. So I'm like, some of you.
You don't like that? Or is it just,
I don't want to go under 30 at all. And I'd rather not go under 35.
Yeah, you got disconnected. Welcome back.
Low 30s.
Okay.
I don't think I can consider 29 and under.
So about 30 is like the max.
This is the thing. You don't want to go too young, but you don't want to go too old, because when you go too old, these women are already stuck in their ways and they're going to come with children. If I'm going to provide a lifestyle for a woman, she can't come with children, man. And I don't want to hear, oh, I can take care of my own. I don't want to hear that shit. Save it for somebody who's willing to listen. If I'm in position to wife up a woman and provide a lifestyle, she ain't coming with no damn children, man. Not gonna wife up some woman that's bringing another man's children to the table, and I gotta foot the bill for everything. Hell no, I'm not paying for that. I'm only paying for my children. I'm gonna deal with my woman and the children we have together. That's it.
Right.
I want to hear you. Well, I got to care. I can take care of them. I don't need your money. Okay, well, shit. Continue to listen. You're not gonna bring another man's children in my castle. You're not gonna bring another man's children in my kingdom. It's not gonna work.
Because next thing
that's
you
why
know,
all
that
you women that got baby daddies,
man.
all you women that are in your 30s, if you ain't married already, good luck. Hopefully you can find a man that's willing to deal with that.
That's why they call them tricks.
But the true alpha male is not going to raise another man's children. Look at the lions when they get a woman. If she comes with children, they unalive the cubs.
Really? I didn't know that.
You can't have another man's DNA running around my castle, running around my kingdom. No. Anyway, man, let's go. I'm going to pay the bill and I'm going to provide, and I'm going to take care of another man's children. Man, you crazy.
30 is the absolute minimum.
Okay.
Right.
Well, so that's why they call them tricks.
Age. But I interpret that to mean that there's not a lot of young brothers for our young serious sisters. You follow me? If I'm getting all these wifey resumes from 25 to 30, that's telling me that our brothers who are 25 to 30 either are not interested in our sisters or are not serious enough for our sisters to be interested in them. You follow me?
Yeah.
So that's a group that I'm going to have to pay attention to when I start doing my singles only seminars. I'm going to really have to hone in on that 25 to 30-year-old sister because she's looking and can't find. The other shock about the wifey resumes is that I'm getting them from a lot of women who are processed. They have processed hair.
Yeah. They have processed hair. Yeah,
once again, back to the goddamn slave plantation system.
A woman was the first one to hit the cash out. Where you brothers out with the support. Don't let the ladies outdo us. But shout out to the ladies who are contributors and supporters.
30-year-old sister because she's looking and can't find. The other shock about the wifey resumes is that I'm getting them from a lot of women who are processed. They have processed hair, like blonde. And I'm like, what?
They didn't do their research on you guys. Apparently not.
Why would a sister with blonde hair send Dr. UMAR a wifey resume?
But you know, Dr. Umar,
they figure like they can change your mind. You can't talk all this Prince of Pan-Africanism and run around with a black woman who got a wig in her head that comes from China or India. It just don't look right.
Exactly.
It wouldn't look right.
It's called bullshit.
It's not a match. So yeah,
you may be that one to help them recondition themselves.
I agree, but it's somewhat of a turnoff because you're coming to Dr. Umar and you haven't yet reconciled with yourself on accepting traditional African beauty standards as your own. Like that is a prerequisite. That should have happened before you came. You know what I mean? So those have been the shock, the age and the fact that most of the sisters who send me wifey resumes are not natural.
Okay, and what should be in the resume? Because
whatever they want. I'm looking for who are you and why do you think you would be a good wife?
So is it more so like a introduction of yourself and not really, because you say resume, I'm thinking of the format of a resume. And
I want to see that too, because I need to know what she can do on the professional side.
Okay.
Because you got to remember, like any relationship is half business, half romance.
Yes.
In my case, it's going to be 70%.
See, I just blocked this ignorant female, right? I didn't block her. I put her on timeout. You're not going to disrupt the comment, the conversation. Now, I told you, you're welcome to hit the link. If you want to challenge anything that I'm saying, you're welcome to do so, but you're not going to do it. You want to stay in the comment section trolling. Right? All I'm saying is this. What's so hard about telling black women to love their natural hair? Why do you depend on hair from other races of women to feel beautiful? But you got the nerve to call a black man who dates a non-black woman a self-hater when you are the one who hates yourself. You are the one that hates your natural God-given hair. You don't even feel beautiful when you don't even feel beautiful without that hair that comes from other races of women. You got the nerve to call somebody a self-hater. You ain't looked in the mirror for a very long time.
Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the texture of your hair?
Just judging by the dumb shit that you say, judging by your actions. If you wear weave, if you wear hair that comes from other races of women, you ain't got no damn business talking about racism or calling black men self-haters when you need to take a long look in the mirror.
Well,
you the one that got hair in your head that comes from China or India or Brazil.
Thank these bullshit ass movies.
So if that's the case, you ain't got no damn business complaining about racism. You got a whole nother woman's DNA in your head. You got a whole nother woman's DNA in your head. You need to shut up and take a long look in the mirror. You ain't got no damn business calling anybody a self-hater. And you got the nerve to call Dr. Umar a hypocrite.
Business, 30% romance. So I need to see, what can you do? Are you a good secretary? Are you good with communication? Are you good with event organizing? You follow what I'm saying? You don't necessarily have to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, but show me what you can do well. So I say, okay, if she can do this well, I'm going to use that. You follow me? If she say I can do the hell out of an event, I got you. I can do the hell out of correspondence, fundraising, because I'm looking for how you can benefit me. You see, the movement, and I think too often with the sisters, they look at how they can benefit me when that bedroom is closed. Yes. That's important, but that's not more important than what you can do for the movement. You follow what I'm saying? I love all that, but that is not more important than what you can do in that office.
Yeah.
All right, man. Let's.
None of us can do better than the continent we come from. Be honest, my queen.
A lot of the dilemmas that get sent in from my listeners talk about struggling to find a man who dates.
Struggling to find what kind of. A big difference between the snow bunny and the African queen is the snow bunny will find a black man in progress.
Black women are willing to hold it down for the man. I feel like we're always there supporting them. If anything, black women get the short end of the stick.
If it ain't nappy, I ain't happy.
I'm very well, thank you. I'm so excited to have. I actually.
In Queensland yesterday, we had a great program there as well, but not as many Africans.
Yeah.
Melbourne has been the new.
I wanted y'all to hear that right now. Hit the like button. It ain't nothing, man. Look, where this clip at?
Like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
Okay.
On Donald Trump removing the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And what is your opinion on him getting rid of the Black History Month? what are your perceptions from the outside?
I don't want to hear what they got to say because nobody's gotten rid of Black History Month. I don't want to hear what they got to say about that. That's bogus.
I guess those diversity and inclusion.
Okay, now who's that? Who's that?
Chelsea Bora. The diversity and inclusion.
Yeah, and admissions. I think it's serious. So I think that race should always be a factor in admissions.
Yeah, so she doesn't dabble in the snow bunny activities. She's not a snow bunny. She's not.
Yeah, I don't think
Can I leave now? Okay, I'm about to leave.
Okay, my queens. But much respect to the young lady. She spoke very well. Much respect to her. We don't practice hate. We just practice race pride. Who's tapping in?
All right, so that's one clip. Now the next one is going to be from his daughter. It's exposing him for the deadbeat dad he is.
Damn.
Position.
Oh, this brother. We need to get in touch with him, Brother Che.
Yeah, Dewan B. I was hoping he was going to play the clip of.
Yeah, we need him. And then I made some comments in the chat room.
Okay, Shabaka, I'm multitasking right now.
What's up, everybody? Okay. This is Information Man. Let's get into it right now. I know.
Like whatever you put in the chat room, only I can see it.
To just talk to him about siblings.
All right, okay.
Filthy, nasty work. About women in relationships, men can mislead women in.
Hold on,
I guess somehow find my sister
to fatherhood, but yet won't tell you he got to answer to black boys. You know how crazy this is, y'all. You got to laugh to keep from crying. Here we go, everybody. Check this out.
Second, she almost free. But my baby girl, she's starting off. Right. We need
that
that
was
time.
A lot of time with women that wear weave. That's it, twin. You know, she didn't have a fro, man, and them braids, man. I wouldn't be interested in that blonde hair shit. Yeah, I agree with you, twin.
I just want to keep it real with y'all. You know, just want to keep it real. That UMAR Johnson is full of crap, y'all. You can't trust the man. I don't know what to say. The man is just, he's a complete nut.
We had UMAR Johnson on Shabaka's Black Experience and
not taking care of his responsibility, but telling you that he can open up
that was 8 years ago.
Like a schoolroom. No,
I know.
No, he
9 years ago.
Right? He's not doing his job again. This was headline on Vibe. This went all the way to Vibe magazine, y'all. Dr. UMAR Johnson responds to deadbeat father claims by alleging that daughter is clout chasing on him. This is what he's thinking. This is what this man's all about. Here we got the daughter right here, y'all. Here she is. And she made it very clear, I am Dr. Umar's biological daughter. She said she wasn't really trying to embarrass him, but she said she had to speak facts. And you had idiots that followed UMAR Johnson trying to
but you also got to look at the fact you got this shit on TikTok.
How you going to tell a young lady what she can say about her father? Secondly, I'm going to say it again for those of you dummies out there who think that this woman is running a con game. No, UMAR Johnson has already admitted that this is his daughter that you see right up here next to me on the screen. And here she is right there. So she already admitted this. So much, we're going to go into this right now and let y'all hear the breakdown right now. Here is UMAR Johnson's daughter. Check this out, y'all.
With a small, short announcement. I just want to start this video off by saying I'm not trying to get clout. I literally just want to have a conversation with my father. My biological father is Dr. Umar. He has another daughter. I tried to contact him about
what's her proof?
Getting to know my sister on my dad's side. I asked him if he knows her.
Are you asking for a DNA test?
He ignored me and never responded. I'm 22 years old now.
This is the point right here. He ignored her and never responded. And I'm going to show you what his response was that was put out on his own social media, Instagram. Now, to show you what type of snake Umar Johnson is, to show you what type of coward he is as a man. He's not even a man. He later deletes his social post because he was getting a lot of pushback from people on social media, so much that he had to delete some of his social posts as his daughter was calling him out for the sucker that he is. And
Damn.
let's get back to it, y'all.
Damn, homie, that sounds kind of loud.
Anything important, no graduation, no birthday parties, nothing.
Did you hear that? No graduation, no birthday parties, right? And what did I say? Children, this is enough to make a child cry, like this young lady here. Children need not only for you to, just because you pay money, that's not where your fatherhood stops, men and Umar Johnson. Your fatherhood really starts when you nurture your child, when you're there for them for graduations and graduations and birthday parties and all these things that she's saying that this man was not there for her. Again,
he has her number. He ignored me and never responded.
Never.
I'm 22 years old now.
Mm-hmm.
My dad has never been to anything important, no graduation, no birthday parties, nothing. He has not been in my life. Again, I'm not making this video to bash him. I'm making this video to state facts. Okay? You can't get on Instagram and get on social media and portray to be an activist and talk about how Black kings need to be with Black women, but you're not even in your Black woman's daughter's life.
Stop it right there. She's so telling the truth. She's so telling the truth, y'all. Tell the truth and shame the devil, young lady. You can't be telling Black men about marrying and committing to a Black woman and telling Black people about how you can save Black boys when you're not committed yourself, Umar, to taking care of your own daughter, to spending time with your own child, your oldest daughter. And this is what Black women need to realize again, who are the biggest supporters of Umar, is that this man is no different than the men that you've been involved with that have ran out on you, are not taking care of their responsibilities and have left you as a single mother. If you are in that situation currently, he's no different. So why trust him with your sons? Let's continue.
It doesn't make sense. You're being a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
And it's frustrating because I reached out to you. I reached out to you.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't have had to do that. I'm your daughter, but I'm smart enough and logical enough to know that you would never reach out to me because you don't have my phone number. And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't try to reach out to me because for what? I don't want anything out of you. I want nothing but a conversation. Forget the relationship. I really don't care too much about that at this point. I just wanted a conversation out of you and you shut me down. You ignored me. You should never be too busy for your daughter ever in life. So I just wanted to make this video to just try to, I guess, somehow find my sister on my dad's side. So if you see this, please reach out to me.
But who are you going to for this DNA test?
Know who you are. Why do I have siblings out there that I don't know about?
The people that do the paternity.
It's unfair. And
what, that bullshit on paternity court?
Deadbeat fathers
or real
very
bona fide scientists who could do the
right?
paternity?
We all know Dr. Umar reps the Black
You ever
community.
seen paternity court?
But you can't rep that if you're not even in your daughter's life.
I've been through a paternity test.
Backwards.
Damn.
I've already been through that.
Everything that she said is truth. You Umar Johnson supporters and followers, deal with what she's saying. Deal with it. Why don't y'all talk about that? See, of course you guys will criticize those of us like myself who have smoked for Umar and what he's been doing, right? You will criticize us. You will call us, coons, whatever you want to call us, right? You will take our videos, go back to your channel like a little baby and try to critique what we're talking about, right? You can come at us because we're not blood related to Umar, but here is his daughter. What y'all got to say about what the daughter is talking about? And isn't that a part of man? And check this out. I don't care if Umar Johnson has been having problems with the mother of his child, right? That does happen sometimes. I don't care if Umar can show you receipts that he's actually been paying child support in terms of the financial support. I don't care about that. That's not what's important, okay? What's important is the little things that you do with a child that gets lost in the sauce when you think that all you need to do is give them money and that money solves it all. And that's, I gave money, so there go my obligation. No, your obligation goes further than the money that you give a child or give the mother for that child. So the question is, if she's 22 years old, you can't use the excuse, Umar, that it was the mother. If she's 22 years old, which means she's an adult, the mother can't stop you from seeing her.
Right.
You can meet with your daughter and talk to your daughter because she's not a minor. There's no court order that says you got to stay away from her as she's an adult woman. If there was a court order that says you could not be around her, or if the mother has something to do with you not being around her, why is it that this young lady is asking you to contact her, Umar?
Right.
You're moving backwards. It's not making sense. To the public, you look like this person, but in private, you a whole nother person.
Facts.
And I'm not bashing you. I just don't understand why you're ignoring me. I'm 22 years old and you have yet to be in my life. Nope.
Did y'all hear that? Everybody in the chat room, put 7s in the chat room. Make sure you share this video on all your social media. If you're watching me right now,
like
you can
and
hit the
share
share
Front
button.
Line Blacc News, Cat.
Facebook,
share us on your social media.
Do that right now. If you can, put 7s in the chat room.
So he's
if you're with
talking
me,
like he did on his
hearing
live
what she's
stream.
saying.
I'm just sharing.
She
the
says
clip.
she's
That's
22
all
years
y'all
old. This is Umar's effery right now.
But in private, you a whole nother person.
In private, he's a whole nother person, but in public, he has a persona. That's the Black Power persona that I've been telling y'all about. The Black Power, the Africa power. Who got it? Who got it?
Black empowerment era,
In
goddamn
person,
joke
he
now.
tells you
Wow.
about you should be married to a Black woman. He'll get on podcasts and talk about Black men that may be married to white women and say, well, if he was dedicated, he'll talk about Black people like a Harabelli Fonte or somebody famous, right? That actually was involved in the civil rights movement, did more for Black people than even Umar.
Fuck the goddamn civil rights movement. Them was pacifists. Ask John
If he
Lewis.
was committed to the Black movement and Black people, he would have been married to a Black woman. Umar's not even married to a Black woman right now. He's got 3, 4, who God knows how many baby mamas he's got out here bullshitting around like he's doing, y'all.
And I'm not bashing you. I just don't understand why you're ignoring me. I'm 22 years old and you have yet to be in my life. No graduations, no parties. When I get married, are you going to be at the wedding? Are you going to walk me down the aisle? Yo, I have a stepdad who has been in my life since a little girl.
All right.
He has been in my life.
This is totally crazy, y'all. Let me bring something up. She said that Umar Johnson has yet to be in her life, that he gives her no time. But check this out. Check out what Umar Johnson does right here. He doesn't have time to nurture his own daughter. Yeah, she's 22 years old, but it doesn't matter how old you get. A young lady still needs her father in her life. But check this out. Umar Johnson is over there in Sweden right now, free and open to public. 112th anniversary of the Queen Mother, Harriet Tubman, passing. Right? Last super grand final. Meet and greet the Prince of Pan-African restaurant. This man is full of crap, right? He has time to be over in Sweden in Homestack or whatever the hell he calls it. He has time to cozy up to other females. I'm just want to show you the kind of man that he is. The daughter clearly said, and I try to do my videos about Umar in my own unique way. Umar daughter Nisa says that he never gives her time, but he has time to fly to Switzerland or Sweden, in another country, another foreign country, so that he can hug up and maybe clap the cheeks of Black people that live in other parts of the world. So here he is with this woman. See, he's got time for that. This show you his character. He's got time to hug up with this woman here, right? He has time to go to go to other countries and talk, He's got time to take pictures with these black women right here. This is truly what Umar is all about. He's all about trying to attract other women that he can potentially smash the cheeks. He's got time for that. But he doesn't have time for his own child. I'm just letting y'all see these pictures. Look at these pictures. Show you what his time, what his priorities are. But he doesn't have time for his own child who is saying, I just want a little time to talk to you. She's not asking for no money from this man. Let's continue.
And I thank God for him, because my biological father couldn't even do that, y'all. My biological father is not even on my birth certificate, because when my mom had me, he left. And
Oh my God.
Oh
my God.
The plot thickens. Dan, dan, dan,
Oh my
dan. Dan, 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 dan.
All kinds of
Umar Johnson, your daughter ain't lying. Why would she lie?
Right.
You're not even on her. You're not even on the birth certificate of your child because the mother said that you left. Now, everybody, I know that there's always two sides to a story, right? People can lie. People can mislead you. I get that. Men can be misled by women in relationships. Men can mislead women in relationships. But I believe this to be true because this man doesn't even have a relationship with her. Once again, he has time to hug, kiss, and carouse black women around the world. As you see right here, his character, but doesn't have time for his own flesh and blood daughter who's not asking him for money. She ain't asking him to be daddy, 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 power daddy, Prince of African daddy, simply saying, hey, you got kids that are my sisters from other women. I just like to get in contact with them. And eventually she was able to get in contact with one of them. Let's check this out, though. This is crazy.
We have a DNA test. So yes, I can prove that that's my father. I would never get on here and lie to y'all. That's kind of sick and delusional and crazy.
Right.
I'm just making this video because I want to find my sister. And when I reached out to him about giving me her number or if he even had it, I was ignored. So now I guess I have to take matters into my own hands. So
everybody,
if you see this video,
check this out. Now, we cannot deny that what she's saying is true, because how many of you, by putting sevens in the chat room, have given Umar Johnson money, donations, and then when you try to talk to him about where the money is going, or maybe you want your money back, right? Like what he did to King Randall. He was supposed to speak at King Randall School, took the man's money, and then tried to disappear on him. Umar Johnson, this is why you know she's not lying. Umar Johnson has a habit and a history of taking people's money. When they want their money back, he ignores them. He has a history of when you give him money because he's supposed to be coming out with some type of podcast or some book or some movie that he says he's going to do, the documentary or whatever he calls it.
Thing you should have did was take care of his
people say,
child.
hey, what happened to this? He blocks them. He ignores them. He doesn't respond.
I'm gonna take care of my
Tell
kids
me
by
I'm
hook or
not telling the
crook,
truth.
you know?
Put sevens in the chat room if y'all agree with me. And if you've been a victim of this with Umar, put another 7 in there. If you've been a victim, or 2 sevens, if you've been a victim of Umar taking some money, or you gave him money for something that he said he was going to produce. Now you call him up about that and he ignores you or doesn't respond. This is Umar Johnson's MO. It has been his MO. Y'all know it's his MO. It's been his MO for years. Let's stop bullshitting around. We know this young lady is telling the damn truth.
With us on Shabaka's Black Experience in hand. I did have his phone number, man, and if I come across it, man, I might give his ass a call, you know.
Yeah, his number's still on the community, and as an
same number. I would not think that you.
It was the Philadelphia area code. I know that.
Black community so much.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense. You
cannot. It does make sense.
You can't.
Young lady, it does make sense. It does make sense because Umar, if you're running a scam like he's been doing for years, young sister, I promised in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass Marcus
the
Garvey
Marcus Garvey
Pan-African School.
for
Grand
black
opening
boys.
9/1/2013.
And
Black
then
female
I'm
tried to
mistaken,
assist
UMAR
your
claims
father
he's
over
a
the years,
descendant of
and he
Frederick
would
Douglass.
not take their assistance. He's
That's
not
14
transparent.
years
He's
ago.
been lying.
Yeah, I
People
know.
have given him money, just like folks in this chat room. What's going on? I appreciate all of that you're here. This is what he does. The same behavior that Umar Johnson engages in is the same, damn it, behavior that he's been engaging in with his own flesh and blood daughter. So what makes
It's
you
all
think
part of the mafia.
that if you are a supporter of Umar Johnson, that he gives a damn about you when he's not even showing reverence to his own flesh and blood daughter? He's calling her a
Like, it's
smurf. He's
beyond the
calling her
mafia.
a clout
This is just
chaser.
scammy.
He's calling a 22-year-old young lady
Scammy
or
to the
a
fullest.
woman a
Oh,
little
you're saying
girl.
so he's just a
He's
straight
belittling
crook.
her on
Okay.
social media,
Yeah.
talking about her mama
Okay, all right.
by calling them smurf. Talking about let's have a meeting. Y'all set it up, meaning he don't want no responsibility. Why should she have to set up something when she's asking, when she asked? And this is the thing about it. This young lady didn't ask Umar Johnson to meet with him. She never said she wanted to meet with him. She simply wanted to know, do I have siblings that I don't know about? Give me their number.
Right.
She already got in contact with one of them. Umar wants to turn it into this dramatic thing like, oh, I've been paying child support all these years, and this is a clout chase and what have you. The young lady said nothing about you not paying her any money. She talking about you ain't been there for her emotionally, sucker. Let's get back to it.
They do A, but you're doing B.
But it
It
sure be
doesn't make
nice if
any
you're going on these
Facts.
peckerwoods
Y'all
like the
already
way you're
heard
going on
my
Umar
mission
Johnson.
for this video.
Although
Y'all
I
already
agree with
heard why
everything
we
what the
in this
brother
video.
is saying
So if she can reach
and
out
what
to me,
baby
I would
girl
love
is saying,
I would
but
love
going
to
on
have a
these
conversation
crackers
with you because you are
even
my
more so.
sister on my father's side that I have never
He
met.
ain't
I
leaving
don't
no
even know your
stone
name. I
unturned.
don't even know how old you are.
Scammer
He's
is
I
not a
have a
what
sister
now?
scammer, and
on
he's
my mom's side, and
That's
I'm
a
the
damn
oldest.
shame.
I'm pretty sure that my sister that's on my dad's side, I'm probably older than her. I'm supposed to be guiding her. I'm supposed to be teaching her things.
Facts.
Because you as the father, you're not doing that. So let me do that as an older sister.
Wow. Did y'all hear what she said? She said
Yeah, I
that as
heard
a
her, brother.
But
father,
that's the end of this
Umar.
video. As I stated in the
Ooh,
beginning.
let me stop right
And
here.
she's
She
right.
said that Umar as a father has not been doing this. That speaks to his character, y'all. That speaks to what kind of man he is, or lack of there. That the daughter is saying that I want to do what you ain't doing, that I'm capable of doing. This is really, so that means if he's not only tending to the emotional needs of his daughter, his own flesh and blood daughter, then how we think that he can tend to the needs of a young adolescent, young boy coming up, dealing with the struggles that young boys have to deal with out here in this world. Umar can't do that. But I could damn sure bet you any kind of money that Umar has time and will make time and effort to hit the cookies, as he always talks about cookies, to hit the different shades of black women, as he always talks about that. He has time to clap cheeks, but does not have time for his own flesh and blood child. But he got time to clap these cheeks right here. Oh, I'm sure he wants to clap some Swedish cheeks, some Jamaican cheeks. You know how he does with this Africanness, African cheeks, Scandinavian African cheeks. You know how he does it, y'all. I'm sure he wants to clap Brazilian cheeks, Colombian cheeks. This is what Umar is all about. It's the sexual
Well,
stuff.
you got some fine black women
I'm
from
not
Brazil,
trying to
bro.
I'm stating facts. Facts. And in the next clip, I will show y'all the screenshot of me trying to reach out to him, and he ignored me after I asked him if he had my sister's phone number.
Damn.
So here you go.
Okay, what's that?
And I'm going
there?
to put these up larger. Wow, everybody. Everybody, Umar Johnson is nasty work. The man is, this is nasty work, is the new word that young people say today. It's
and
nasty
Donald
work.
Trump is a saint. Yeah.
Nobody in their right mind looking at these videos should support Umar Johnson. This should be the final straw on the saga of Umar Johnson. He's already, I'm gonna say it again, for those of you out there who say, oh, this ain't his real daughter, dummies. Umar Johnson already admitted that it is his daughter, and I'm gonna show you the video where he already admits that it is his daughter. He never denied it.
Still ain't got
He
no
just-
damn
Yeah,
school.
yeah,
I
still
think
ain't
it
got
is
no
that
school.
Umar
And
Johnson,
then another
as you
thing with
already know,
Umar
has a
Johnson
very
did is
fragile
that he
ego.
made a video
And I think his fragile
showing that the
ego
school was being built,
was
but
damaged in this
somebody had
situation because
stated
the daughter
on that
exposed
video
his
being
dirty, funky
president,
laundry,
being
his
presented,
funky dirtiness.
maybe
Because we know that
Umar
Umar
Johnson just went by a damn
lives dirty
construction
and has
site
had a history
and
of
bribed
living
the
dirty.
motherfuckers to say
Right
that
like
this is
this.
the
Check this
school
out.
he's building.
Look
And
at
in
this picture right here.
actuality,
This is
he
a
did.
snapshot
Look at
of Umar
that
Johnson.
building.
He's living dirty, literally, and he
Damn.
lives dirty in his mind, and he lives dirty in the way he
God
treats his
damn,
own
boy, I
kids.
thought my
This is a
apartment looked like
snapshot
shit.
picture of how messy of how he was living when he
That
claimed that he
looks
was
like rat
moving
heaven in there.
to Wilmington, Delaware, to be next to these Obando buildings that he purchased, right, with black people's money. But look at the real way the man is living. Check
Damn.
this out, y'all. Here we go.
Sad.
Go ahead, Lady Tay. You don't have to speak up. It's just me and Shabaka.
I scared me about the Irish that's still.
It sounds really bad. No, this is the information, man. We're still talking about Umar.
I didn't baby. I can't hear that.
Okay, we're talking about Umar playing the video of his daughter exposing him.
Damn.
Dr. Umar, I think he should have been issuing out snowflake, whooping, slavery lashes, all that type of good shit, right? And he's back home, his house was intact. Meaning that now you don't want to provide for a child due to the domestic issues with the person you laid down to agree with. That's whatever. But you gotta make it to where it's an understandable section. Because people have been giving to this school and not knowing that, I mean, what have you been doing with the money?
He's been blowing it.
Always a question, right? So, I say this because, we ask from time to time, and I don't know how this feels about Dr. Umar, and I know how I feel about Dr. Umar a little bit. And we don't want to see a boy's legitimate little black boy. However,
It's been 14 years, cuz that shit ain't happening.
that shit happens, so let's be realistic, and there'll be a lot of other questions. So, I say, just not here for. I think that the idea was here. It was here.
As a matter of fact, the same money I donated to that goddamn school, I could have used to go see Dr. Frances Chris Wilson before
Right.
she passed away.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry that you missed that opportunity, man. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Yep. All right, but like I said, though, I'm not saying Umar Johnson is right. Okay. Actually, this situation here is downright bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you saw how he treated us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancing. Yeah, Umar Johnson. Yeah, you're gonna hang up on our co-host at the time and our co-executive producer, who was a stroke victim. And I want to put that out there.
Right. R.I.P. to Mad Dr. D.
Absolutely. You say?
Yeah, if I would have known what I know now, I definitely wouldn't have donated to that.
Well, I think, Brother Che, what you could do, you got to find out what state he's in, man, and haul his ass in the court for fraud.
Yeah, I think he's in
I
Delaware.
know. That's the sad part about it.
I'm just gonna try. I've already charged it to the game, Sabaka.
Yeah, I feel you. I've taken hits like that there too, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying? I've taken hits like that there too. And it's just a damn shame that you're going to sit up here, talk about Pan-Africanism, but your ass is acting Eurocentric. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, see, that's Eurocentric shit. But you're supposed to be the, what do they call themselves? The professor of Pan-Africanism or something like that. And you claim,
yeah, he's supposed to be the prince of Pan-Africanism.
So the prince of Pan-Africanism, claiming that you're a descendant of Frederick Douglass, and what Frederick Douglass did, who was a great man that got his freedom by whooping the slave on his ass. You see? And if you're a damn PhD, man, then this means, man,
Remember when he
you
went on Roland Martin's show? Shabaka, do you remember when he went on Roland Martin's show, and they was questioning him about that?
No, sir, I didn't see that one.
Oh my God!
I'll dig it up.
Yeah, please do, because they was going in on him, and at the time I was like, oh, they just attacking him. But
right
now, back on it, I'm like, damn. I think they might have been actually justified in the way they was treating him.
Yeah, exactly. And based on what we're seeing right here, yeah, based on how he treated us and Mad Dr. D, yeah. Just say.
This is before he went on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. This was around,
okay,
I want to say in 2015 or 2016.
Okay. We started at the tail end of 2016. So he was on one of our December 2016 episodes. Oh, I got that episode on the terabyte. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was before that, Shabaka. It was like early 2016. I want to say like March. I want to say it was like March or April. But it should still be up on stupid Roland Martin's dumbass page.
Yeah.
What is that called? Roland Martin Unfiltered or whatever the hell. Garbage.
Yeah.
It was when he was on TV1. It's when he was on TV9. Yeah. And it was him and like 4 other raccoons, and they was grilling the hell out of UMAR. Like, oh, you got to where? You said you're a descendant of who? Like, they were going in on. Yeah, it's a long video, an hour-long video. I don't have time to play it tonight, but definitely on your free time, check it out. So as you can see from the play so far, UMAR is a deadbeat. He's a scammer, and he lost whatever respect I had left for him. It's completely gone now.
Yeah,
if I ever had any.
Yeah, I can understand that. And I'm up here looking at my PeepTube account. And let's see here.
I'm looking good for the Pan-Africanism. I mean, he's supposed to be the prince of Pan-Africanism, and he's making Pan-Africanism look real bad.
Yeah, he did. And the sad part about it is, see, this is what these crackers want to do, you know, to bring us down.
I know the crackers been involved in it since day one. You see how they did with Ron Karenga.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it's sad, man. It really is sad. Yeah.
I don't know.
It really is sad.
I think I played enough. I just want to play the daughter's part. I think that's what.
Yeah.
All right, so, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on all of this? Lady Che. Oh, she don't want to sleep. Go ahead, Shabaka. What's your thoughts?
Okay, well, my thoughts is if the motherfucker did that shit, he should be held accountable for it. You see what I'm saying? He really should. Yeah, and he really should be held accountable for that. And then too, Brother Che, I need you to help me to edit, the YouTube video that I did at the Fruitvale BART station shortly after Oscar Grant was killed.
Do you have it saved?
Yes, sir, I do.
You have it in its MP4 form, or do you have it on YouTube, or do you have it on Facebook?
No, I have it on PewTube. I filmed it when I made the video from my cell phone, and I uploaded it to PewTube when it was easy to upload your videos instead of all this bullshit that they want us to go through.
Okay, well, that's an off-air conversation, but you'll have to go into the studio on YouTube.
Okay, all right, we'll talk. We'll talk off air. Yeah, we'll talk.
Okay. All right, I already said what I had to say on this. Like, that dude.
Yeah, man, it's sad, man. It's sad. It really is sad. But I'm of the opinion in the Black community, man, when it comes to internal conflicts or internal situations or internal tragedies such as this right here, this is a conversation we should be having within the Black community, not out here on these public airwaves, because these crackers, oh, well, man, well, look what your people are doing right there to yourselves, although we beat the shit out of you.
They're going to be there regardless. I don't care what they think. I don't care what they got to say about it. They always in conversations any goddamn way. They always all looking our business anyway.
Yeah.
This is a problem that we have in our own community.
Well, like Mad Dr. D. Like Mad Dr. D.
A lot of them are Pan-Africanists.
Yeah, well, like Mad Dr. D said, we got to do an episode on what we do to ourselves, which we did, and this is a classic case of what he was saying, which he was right about, and this is downright fucked up.
Yeah,
it really is, And yeah, Dr. UMAR Johnson, Sabaka Sankora said it about you here on Front Line Blacc News. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, he could care less. He's just gonna keep on getting cash apps and blowing them in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Hell, and we can't even get a goddamn $100. And I'm quite sure this motherfucker man on God, I'm gonna say Brother Che, he got at least 6 figures just for who he is.
He could easily have he should have millions of dollars.
Yeah,
he's been raising money for this damn school since 2010.
Yeah, that's 15 goddamn years. He ought to be rich as hell. Motherfucker ought to donate to us $1 million of what he got.
Right. No, Tariq raised like $1 million, a little over $1 million in less than a year.
And what's he doing for the Black community?
What is he not doing?
Well, it sure be nice if he got with us.
He came up with the damn museum within a year's time. We're still waiting on this goddamn school from UMAR though.
Right.
He paid for Dr. Francis Cress Welson's funeral. Paid for Dick Gregory's funeral. Paid for a lot of scholars' funerals. So that's what he's doing. But UMAR, he's sitting up here cash apping me $20. Cash at me. $20 is too low. I need a 50. I need a 40. I need 100. I need this. I need that. And we still ain't got no goddamn school.
Yeah. Well, it's called fraud.
Yeah. So he's been proven to be fraudulent, and he has no integrity whatsoever.
I agree.
All right, Lady Tay, what are your thoughts on Umar Johnson being a deadbeat dad?
All he can do is want to be in a relationship. Dr. Ward's been doing some ill way, unclassy shit for a while. He's been asking money, all wrong things. We all like the title, and that's not it. Well, people go out their way to work hard and donate money. So this doesn't be title. And as far as like,
Can you hear Lady Tay?
Yeah, barely. She sounds distant. I know she's uncomfortable.
But we talk
I
about
hate being in pain.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a whole conversation about this on the Underrated Darkness.
Money.
Is how underrated doing?
Oh, he's all right. He did a live, yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
All right, finish it out, Lady Tay. Lady Tay. Lady Tay.
Yeah.
Are you?
I think that everybody got the right to I think Umar has been riding the skirt. They solicitation of the school for a minute. That's out.
14 years.
Look at me, they put this out. You know why he gets to
15 years now.
like somebody like whether it's like tomorrow and that. Even with us, like we barely ask, but we do. I mean, like I say we actually myself about it. I never ask. If I do, it's the worst. Sensei, and even then, I don't know what the rules are, and I really want to send it back because with that, that's a big thing.
Okay, Lady Tay, was that your final thoughts on this?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna move us to the next topic because we've been on this topic too long.
Yeah, because that there is sad. And it's very, very sad, Dr. Umar Johnson. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It really is sad.
No.
Hey, we need people to cash app us. Shit, we've been going out of pocket. What is it now, Brother Che? 10 years combined?
Yep.
Yeah, so, you know, it sure would be nice, Umar, if you give us some of that motherfucking money, you crook. We trying to do right shit. And yeah, I said it, motherfucker. Get in touch with me at Chewbacca EXP on Stinky Bird. In fact, Umar, we'll bring your ass up here on our platform, man, and see what you got to say about this shit.
He's not gonna do that, Chewbacca. You see, he ran off the first time.
Yeah, that's my point.
I can't hear you. You got the TV on. I'm trying to move us on to the next topic. All right, Chewbacca, I'm gonna move us to the next topic, and that is beware top 15 U.S. cities Blacc should avoid at all costs.
Okay, in the world or in the U.S.?
In the United States.
Oh, okay.
Black residents, from education and employment, vibrant cultural scenes,
Los
and the charming
Angeles
picture.
is one of them.
Surprises on this list.
Yeah, that motherfucker right there avoided. That
Behind the
motherfucker too.
gleaming skyscrapers, the vibrant cultural scenes, and the charming picturesque landscapes of America's cities, a sinister reality lurks. The reasonless fury and hostility of racism and segregation, a toxic stain on the nation's fabric, persists in many urban and rural areas,
Edmund Pettus
making life
Bridge.
unbearable for blacks in there. From overt acts of violence to subtle microaggressions, racism has been a suffocating presence in cities and towns that should have promised freedom, equality, and opportunity. The echoes of slavery, segregation, and systemic oppression still reverberate through the streets of these cities, where Black Americans are disproportionately affected by poverty, police brutality, lack of access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. The weight of history bears down on these communities, perpetuating cycles of injustice and inequality. Here, we expose these top racist cities in the U.S., where systemic racism, hate crimes, and racial disparities make them hazardous for Black Americans to live, work, and thrive. Before we go ahead with it, don't forget to hit the thumb button to show support. Share the video with as many as you can to keep your friends and families informed. And if you still haven't, do kindly subscribe to our channel for more insightful contents and stay updated on our latest releases. Now, without further ado, here are the top 15 racist cities in the U.S. Blacks must abstain from. Number 1, Negro Foot, Virginia. Just the mere mention of the name already gives one cold sweats under the hot sun. The name clearly screams it all, that not one single Negro is allowed to step foot in the community and its vicinity. Negro Foot is an unincorporated community in Hanover County, Virginia. The city is so synonymous with the Ku Klux Klan and racial violence that it's named after the organization's brutal traditions. It's said that the community gets its name from a local landmark, but the history of this place is said to have more than one origin story. But all of them are rooted in racial violence and a Black man being brutalized as a warning. According to a local legend, white slave owners had cut off an enslaved man's foot as punishment for running away and seeking freedom. And another account, a local history tome, says the tradition of the place has it that for an atrocious act of cannibalism, a recently arrived African was drawn and quartered, and that, as a warning, parts of his body were hung in various parts of the colony. His foot, giving name to a section that is still known as Negro Foot. Another work notes that slaveholders sometimes purposefully crippled habitual runaway slaves by cutting off one foot or one or more toes. In 1705, when slavery was codified, dismemberment was considered a legitimate form of punishment for habitual runaways, as long as it was not likely to prove fatal. Gross, right? As the years passed by, the legacy of brutality and oppression continued to shape the social fabric of the community. In Negro Foot, segregation is not just a matter of law, but a way of life. Black men are relegated to the fringes of society, forced to live in cramped, ramshackle cabins on the outskirts of town. They are all denied access to basic amenities, such as healthcare, education, and employment opportunities. The community's white residents, on the other hand, enjoys a life of relative privilege and comfort. They live in grand antebellum mansions with sprawling lawns and ornate fountains, controlling the local economy, owning the land, the businesses, and the institutions that govern daily life. Number 2, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a city nestled on the shores of Lake Michigan, has a complex and troubled history when it comes to issues of racism and racial tension. The city struggles with systemic racism, segregation, and racial disparities have had a profound impact on the lives of its residents, particularly those from African American and other marginalized communities. The roots of Milwaukee's racial tensions date back to the early 20th century, when the city experienced significant immigration and migration, leading to tensions between white and Black residents. The city's manufacturing industry, which was a major driver of the local economy, was also segregated, with African Americans often relegated to lower paying and more menial jobs. As the civil rights movement gained momentum in the 1960s, Milwaukee became a focal point for protests and marches. The city's African American community, frustrated by decades of segregation and inequality, took to the streets to demand change. The 1967 Milwaukee riot, sparked by tensions between police and the African American community, highlighted one of the deep-seated racial tensions in the city. Today, Milwaukee remains one of the most segregated cities in the United States. The city's segregation index is a staggering 79.8, meaning that nearly 80% of either African Americans or whites would need to move to a different neighborhood to achieve integration. This segregation has contributed to significant racial disparities in areas such as education, employment, healthcare, and housing. For example, the median household income for African American families in Milwaukee is significantly lower than that of white families. The city's public schools are also highly segregated, with many African American students attending schools with limited resources and opportunities. Additionally, Milwaukee has some of the worst health outcomes for African Americans in the country, including high rates of infant mortality, hypertension, and diabetes. Number 3, Minneapolis.
Minneapolis, George
Behind the
Floyd.
facade of Minneapolis's sparkling lakes, pristine green spaces, and bicycle-friendly streets, a more complex reality lurks. Residents of this proudly liberal city swell with pride over its many attractions, drawing comparisons to Copenhagen and boasting a legacy of progressive politics inspired by iconic figures like Hubert Humphrey, Walter Mondale, and Paul Wellstone. Yet, despite this self-image of inclusivity and social consciousness, deep-seated racial tensions and disparities have long plagued this Midwestern metropolis, revealing a troubling dichotomy between Minneapolis's polished exterior and its more troubled, unequal interior. The city's history of racism dates back to the early 20th century, when discriminatory practices in real estate and lending, including redlining and racial covenants, limited the choices of where Black residents could live. These practices effectively pushed Black residents into small, segregated areas, while other neighborhoods became predominantly white. This legacy of segregation has persisted, with Minneapolis experiencing some of the worst racial disparities in the nation today. One of the most striking examples of these disparities is in home ownership rates. In Minnesota, the median net worth of white households is $211,000, compared to just $0 for Black households and $18,000 for Latino households. This wealth gap is a direct result of generations of systemic racism, which has limited access to credit, education, and job opportunities for communities of color. The consequences of these disparities are far-reaching. For example, a recent study found that historically redlined neighborhoods in Minneapolis are hotter than other areas of the city, disproportionately exposing communities of color to heat-related illness. This is because these neighborhoods have fewer trees, parks, and green spaces, and more heat-trapping concrete buildings and asphalt roads. The extraordinary racial gap for Minnesotans when it comes to education outcomes and healthcare is just another absurd act in a state where progressive ideals often mask stark realities. Despite Minnesota's reputation for excellent schools and top-notch medical care, African American and indigenous students lag far behind their white peers in reading and in proficiency of so many other subjects. Black families own their homes at far lower rates than white families, among the largest such disparity in the country. And the city's predominantly white police force, which has been accused of racist practices for decades, rarely disciplines officers with troubled records. The Minnesota paradox, a term coined by Professor Samuel L. Myers, Jr., refers to the stark contrast between Minnesota's reputation as a progressive and inclusive state and the harsh reality of its racial disparities. This paradox is evident in the fact that Minnesota is one of the best places to live in America, with excellent schools, housing, and job opportunities. Yet it is also one of the worst places for Black people to live, with significant gaps in unemployment rates, education, and healthcare. Number 4, Chicago. From the early 1800s, Chicago is known to be one of the most segregated cities in the United States. Over the last century, an array of political and cultural forces have created clear lines of division between racial groups. These demarcations were shaped by racist sentiments toward Black residents and non-whites and manifested through urban planning, housing policies, discriminatory banking, and other practices, all effectively confining people from different demographic groups to certain parts of the city. Tens of thousands of Black residents are also leaving their traditional South and West Side neighborhoods in recent years, as has been extensively reported in what some are calling an out-migration or a reverse migration. The city's Black population peaked in the mid-20th century and is now at its lowest level since then, with 787,551 Black residents as of 2020. Black communities bore the brunt of the closings of 50-plus Chicago public schools that were shuttered during former Mayor Rahm Emanuel's administration. Chicago's suburbs, Indiana, and other Midwestern states are popular destinations for Black residents, but most Black people are also going back to the South, citing a lack of well-paying jobs and resources, as well as steady gun violence and a rising cost of living as their main reasons for leaving the city. Housing discrimination is still a significant problem in Chicago. A 2017 fair housing study looked into 6 community areas that had the most reported complaints of racial and income discrimination against renters: Jefferson Park, the near North Side, Bridgeport, Hyde Park, Clearing, and Mount Greenwood. 63% of the time, Black testers posing as potential renters holding CHA housing choice vouchers experienced some form of discrimination. The highest ratio of discriminatory acts to race-related tests occurred in the near North Side neighborhood, where over half of the tests involved race discrimination, the Chicago Commission on Human Relations and the Chicago Lawyers Committee found. Despite the city's first settler, Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, being of Haitian descent, Chicago's infamous segregation is still intact, and it joins a list of large cities with similar rates of racial polarization, such as Cleveland, Newark, Philadelphia, and Houston. Through a century of discriminatory strategies from the city and the real estate industry, in addition to antiquated attitudes toward Black residents and people of color, Chicago continues to be a city of neighborhoods, highly segregated neighborhoods. Number 5, Harrison, Arkansas. Harrison, Arkansas is among the many small towns that make up the Boone County. Despite the lush nature surrounding the town, it is overshadowed by a darkened cloud. Harrison is not really known for its quaint town square, proximity to Buffalo National Park, or its close-knit community. It is rather known for its racist reputation and unwelcomeness to minorities. The lack of diversity in Harrison comes from its notable racist past. On 2 separate occasions, in 1905 and 1909, white mobs drove out the Black population of over 115 people. This left the town as a place Black people would usually avoid, known as a sundown town, which is an overly white town deemed unsafe to minorities past sunset. Furthering its reputation, a new and dangerous company moved in, causing a stir in the media. Interest in Harrison had been ever-growing since the late 80s, after the Ku Klux Klan moved to Zinc, Arkansas, a small town 15 miles from Harrison, establishing the organization's mailbox in Harrison because Zinc didn't have a post office. This quickly created a correlation between Harrison and the Klan, especially after leader and Grand Wizard Thomas Robb claimed it was the headquarters of the KKK. Numerous media outlets, including international outlets, gained interest, furthering negative press around the so-called Klan town. In 2002, a visiting football team stopped off at a local McDonald's after playing a game at Harrison Junior High. It was Halloween, so the restaurant was running a special: free ice cream cones for people who showed up in costume. A young person came in, draped in a sheet, as a ghost, to collect a free cone. Some visiting athletes of color mistook the costume for a Ku Klux Klan robe, including one young player who was discovered hiding in the corner of the men's room, quaking with fear. A newspaper in Fayetteville published a letter from an adult who traveled with the team about the dangers of visiting Harrison. The local newspaper in Harrison didn't publish it, but citizens knew about and talked about the letter. Most of the reaction in Harrison went like this: why would anyone react like that? What made the Black-colored youngsters believe that this was a dangerous place? Harrison's mayor, Bob Reynolds, heard these questions, and he knew they were all genuine, since he understood some of the background of the town's troubled racial history. He knew about the early 20th century violence that drove more than 100 Black citizens, leaving only one from the town.
Wow.
He knew the outsized media presence of area white supremacist entities, including a family that claimed to be the leaders of the Ku Klux Klan. Leading up to 2020, with the impact of nearly 18 years of the task force, so many anti-racist organizations have been able to take down white supremacist billboards in the town, hold fundraisers for their minority scholarship, host diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative training sessions within the community, and peaceful Black Lives Matter protests. But in July 2020, amid the pandemic and uproar, following the murder of George Floyd, Wheeler, a resident and an anti-racist of Harrison, Arkansas, said their hard work felt like it came crashing down when a YouTube video by influencer Rob Bliss reinstated the town's racist reputation. In his video, holding a Black Lives Matter sign in America's most racist town, Bliss stood on the side of the road and outside the Harrison Walmart, innocently advocated for Black Lives Matter. In return, the video showed townspeople in Harrison arguing with him, yelling slurs at him, and threatening him to leave. The video amassed millions of views, currently standing at 12.5 million, and immediately gained worldwide attention, thereby revealing the ongoing racial violence in Harrison. Number 6, Alaska. Wondering if this is true? Yes, it is, but in a different way. Alaska operates on a kind of racism where they smile in one's face, then screw them over the next second and act like nothing ever happened. It's quite outrageous when a discrimination case is compromised because of deceitful tactics. Imagine an investigator lying to a company where a Black employee works, deliberately sabotaging the case and its government funding. To make matters worse, the police officials went ahead to bribe organizations like the NAACP to silence the Black individual and deny them justice. Another disturbing trend is the refusal to prosecute white individuals who commit crimes against Black people. This blatant disregard for justice perpetuates the notion that Black lives are inferior in Alaska. Such systemic racism undermines trust in law enforcement and the justice system as a whole. For over 150 years, Black individuals and families have settled or transited through Alaska. They've patrolled the seas, built roads, served in the military, opened businesses, fought injustice, won political office, created artwork, and forged communities. Historians have often emphasized the stories of Alaska's settler population of mostly white European-descended people who sought to claim and develop indigenous lands. In this regard, Blacks in Alaska have occupied a different geopolitical station than they have in other parts of the country, where they have constituted the largest and most visible minority population. Alaskans of African descents are usually not left out. They've been targets of racial discrimination. In recent years, white Alaskans are known to be incredibly racist toward the entire Black population, which is a head-scratcher. They complain that the natives get to hunt when they don't. The natives have their own hospitals and all. They also complain about all the things the natives have, and they, being the whites, don't have showcasing the greed they have within them. They want to have it all. They perpetuate stereotypes about natives being more predisposed to crime, alcoholism, and other negative attributes. According to a Black anti-racist resident, there was an incident where white high school boys went around shooting homeless native folks in downtown Anchorage with paintball guns. He noted that the native teens at the predominantly white high school were regularly victims of racism and slurs. There are also several reports stating that minorities were definitely treated much differently, from stereotypes to outright hate crimes involving both Black people and Native Alaskans. In the Anchorage School District of Alaska, Black students receive failing grades twice that of white students, while Native Alaskans receive failing grades 3 times that of their white counterparts. Number 7, Fresno, California. Cracked roads and blocks of wilted grass and dirt envelop the Edison High School campus in the heart of West Fresno. Police cars, churches, and liquor stores abound, but trees, grocery stores, hospitals, parks, restaurants, and banks remain out of sight. Meanwhile, across highways 180 and 99 heading north toward Bullard Avenue, there is another side of Fresno, where amenities flower and many white residents prosper. The injuries and killings of Black men and women at the hands of police officers have constantly flooded the international headlines in recent weeks. While protesters have raised concerns about police brutality locally, residents of Fresno's historically Black neighborhoods say other forms of systemic racism have deep generational roots in California's 5th largest city, as they do in many major American cities. Bound roughly by Highway 99 on the east, Marks Avenue on the west, North Avenue on the south, and Highway 180 on the north, West Fresno is home to about 26,500 people. Latinos make up about 2/3 of the area, and Black people about 1/5. According to 2018 data from the U.S. Census Bureau, over half of West Fresno lives below the poverty line, while the rest of Fresno hovers around 27%. West Fresno Black and brown residents earn about half the median salary as the rest of Fresno. Fewer residents graduate high school or own homes, and on average, they live about 20 years less than residents in wealthier parts of the city, according to a 2012 Fresno State study. That's not by accident. Residents told the unrelenting disinvestment, neglect, and a lack of representation have held back generations of Black and brown residents. During her time at Edison Cotton, a former Black resident of Fresno, California, said she endured several instances of blatant racism, including a teacher calling her the N-word multiple times. She fought hard to secure what students in other neighborhoods take for granted, like helmets for her school's football team and restorative justice counselors. But fighting tooth and nail for equal treatment while achieving a 4.9 GPA took its toll. Cotton was diagnosed with acute stress disorder, constantly fought off illness, and ended up in the emergency room several times throughout high school. Cotton is one of the latest in a long string of West Fresno residents who have poured their hearts into securing a better life for the community. While they have made progress, residents feel that without champions on the north side of Shaw Avenue, the divide between the two Fresnos will grow. Number 8, Mississippi. Mississippi has also had previous atrocities in past years. In 1955, Emmett Till, a 14-year-old, was killed and his body thrown in the Tallahatchie River after he allegedly whistled at a white woman. A mob of white men broke into the Pearl County Jail in 1958 and executed Mac Charles Parker, who held on charges of raping a white woman. Medgar Evers, too, a civil rights leader, was shot and killed at his doorstep last year. But none of these incidents was tied directly to a massive civil rights effort. And after the Fuhrer died, the state was left more or less to its own affairs. It is feared that the Philadelphia incident may be only a prelude to the struggle ahead. National leaders have called for more civil rights volunteers to supplement the hundreds of students who will conduct schools and voter registration drives among. There will be more federal involvement. These efforts are being met by hostility and suspicion. If the state is not actually being invaded by the enemy, many of its white residents are not to be convinced otherwise. At the same time, the capital city's infrastructure hasn't had any major investment for quite some time, but the recent water issues that happened lately are one of the most humiliating. Jackson is bordered by a 30,000-acre reservoir, ironically named after a white supremacist. Jackson's water crisis is the latest example of the kind of plantation dynamics that still plague Mississippi 150 years after slavery. Racism not only pollutes the water in Mississippi, it pollutes the workplace as well. The dynamics of worker exploitation seen in the state today all have their roots in slavery. White Southern planters, who made their fortunes off the backs of enslaved Africans, had no tolerance for Northerners or abolitionists talking about freedom and equality. During the height of the cotton boom, Mississippi had more millionaires per capita than anywhere else in the country. Planters would rather go to war than even entertain the notion of freeing their slaves and paying a wage like the owners of factories in the North. This is similar to the dynamic way of life in the state today, from how the public money is handed to corporations, or in some cases Brett Favre, instead of being invested into the infrastructure of the people. In the last few decades, major manufacturers like Nissan and Toyota have opened plants in Mississippi because of the billions of dollars the state doles out to these businesses to set up shop here. Mississippi is actually the birthplace of the tax incentive. In 1930, the state used subsidies to lure a company out of Chicago. And since then, tax giveaways like Mississippi's have fueled a manufacturing boom across the South. Workers in these plants are mistreated, overworked, and uninformed about their rights.
Just
and
like on a
employers
goddamn
engage in union-busting tactics
Nothing
to
changed.
ensure that workers can't organize for better conditions. The minimum wage in such companies is just $7.25, and most times employers that pay such amounts or a little bit higher than that treat workers however they want. Nissan, for example, attracts workers because it pays $15 per hour. A particular witness of this is a Black individual who was sent on a workers' rights panel with other Mississippi organizers in U.S. She wrote that the Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, and one other Nissan worker talked about the plantation culture at the plant and how workers there feel like property. She emphasized that when tax dollars are funneled to companies that perpetuate plantation-like dynamics, it's tantamount to funding the Black race's own exploitation. That is, the whites are essentially using their own resources against them. Mississippi's anti-union environment is another way racism pollutes the workplace. Mississippi is an at-will or right-to-work state, a major selling point for big corporations. Only 5% of Mississippi's workers are union members, and the workers that are in unions are mostly white males. That means 95% of workers who have no representation are subjected to low pay, unsafe working conditions, and humiliation in exchange for a paycheck. 18.7% of residents live at or below the national poverty level, and 91% of those poor are people of color. Since unions have been proven to close wealth gaps for Black workers, allowing workers to organize has the potential to address these long-standing inequities. Unfortunately, politicians from southern states have been able to successfully convince voters that unions will stifle the businesses that are moving to the state. This also has its roots in slavery. The powers that have been in the South are those that are desperate to maintain access to cheap labor. When federal troops pulled out of the South after the Civil War, they left Black people in a dangerous position. With no protection from Union soldiers, whites in the South, still seething with anger over the loss of the war, were able to easily take back every gain made. This is the system that created Jim Crow, segregation, disenfranchisement, lynchings, and the resurgence of the KKK. Rich whites were able to essentially get their free workforce back by passing racist vagrancy laws. This unjustly put African Americans back on plantations by using convict leasing programs, which started America's current prison industrial complex. The South is without a doubt the most anti-union, anti-worker region in the U.S., and the poverty rate in it makes all modes of worker abuse possible. Alternatively, this moment can be viewed as a groundbreaking opportunity to establish new labor rights, marking a significant turning point after 150 years of exploitation. If achieved, this could ultimately pave the way for true freedom and empowerment for Black workers. Number 9, Honolulu. Honolulu, the capital city of Hawaii, is often perceived as a paradise with a unique cultural blend. However, beneath its idyllic surface, the city struggles with issues of racism and discrimination, including anti-Black racism. Despite being a minority, Black people in Honolulu face distinct challenges that are often overlooked. Research has shown that Black residents and visitors in Honolulu experience microaggressions, subtle expressions of racism that can be damaging and perpetuate feelings of exclusion and otherness. For instance, a Black person might be asked, "Where are you really from?" implying that they are not from Hawaii or the United States. Such questions, although often unintentional, can be hurtful and reinforce stereotypes. Discrimination in housing and employment is another significant issue affecting Black people in Honolulu. Studies have found that Black applicants face discrimination in the rental market, with some landlords refusing to rent to them. Similarly, Black individuals also encounter barriers in the job market, limiting their access to opportunities and resources. The lack of representation is also a concern for Black people in Honolulu. With a relatively small population, Black people often find themselves underrepresented in government, education, and other areas. This leading to a lack of voice and visibility, making it challenging for their concerns to be addressed. Instances of police brutality and racial profiling against Black people in Honolulu are not left out, and these have raised concerns about systemic racism and bias within the criminal justice system. Varieties of incidents have sparked protests and calls for reform, highlighting the need for greater accountability and transparency. In Honolulu, the spirit of aloha is deeply ingrained in the local culture. However, for Black people, this spirit is not always extended to them. The aloha is a principle that emphasizes compassion, kindness, and inclusivity, but in practice, it often seems reserved for those who fit into the traditional Hawaiian mold. While white visitors and residents often have the privilege of experiencing the aloha spirit without hesitation, Black people are frequently subjected to skepticism, exclusion, and racism. This disparity highlights the need for a more nuanced understanding of aloha and its application in contemporary Hawaiian society. According to the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission's 2019 annual report, discrimination remains a significant issue in Hawaii, with Black individuals facing unique challenges. The U.S. Census Bureau's Quick Facts also highlights the underrepresentation of Black people in Honolulu County. Furthermore, local news outlets, such as the Honolulu Star-Advertiser, have reported on instances of police brutality and racial profiling, sparking calls for reform. Number 10, Leith, North Dakota. Leith, North Dakota, a very small town located in the southwestern corner of Grant County, is known to have experienced racism and white supremacist activities in the past. In 2011, a white supremacist named Craig Cobb began buying land in Leith, a small town in Grant County, North Dakota. His vision was to create a neo-Nazi stronghold, which he called Cobbsville. Cobb's dream was to build a community where white supremacists could live, gather, and promote their hate-filled ideology without fear of persecution. To bring his twisted vision to life, Cobb started recruiting other white supremacists to join him in Leith. He even invited Tom Metzger, a former Ku Klux Klan leader, to visit the town and potentially relocate. Metzger, notorious for promoting violent racism, was a key figure in the white supremacist movement. Cobb's actions sent shockwaves through the small town, leaving residents on edge. The people of Leith were deeply concerned about Cobb's plans and the potential for violence and hate crimes. With a population of only about 20 residents at the time, they felt vulnerable to Cobb's extremist ideology. In response, the community came together to oppose Cobb's plans and promote a message of inclusivity and tolerance. Tensions escalated in August 2013, when a confrontation between Cobb and the town's residents led to his arrest. He was charged with menacing and terrorizing, and was later sentenced to 4 years of supervised probation. The incident drew national attention, highlighting the ongoing struggle against white supremacy and hate groups in the United States. The events in Leith, North Dakota, serve as a stark reminder of the persistent threat of white supremacy and hate groups in America. The community's bravery in standing up against Cobb's hate-filled plans demonstrates the importance of promoting inclusivity, tolerance, and equality.
Man, we
Today,
better be self-sufficient, man,
a small but resilient community committed to upholding these values and ensuring that hate has no home in their town. Number 11, Pulaski, Tennessee. Pulaski, a town with a racial makeup of 69.11% whites, 19.12% blacks, and 11.22% of other races. Pulaski, Tennessee is known as the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan, popularly abbreviated as KKK, or the Klan was founded on December 24th, 1865, by 6 ex-Confederate soldiers for the purpose of terrorizing, killing, and burning the already freed blacks, abolitionists, and white sympathizers. The group, which started up as a small racist club, has now grown into a large troop with so many members worldwide. Today, many Pulaski white residents support the plaque as it represents rivalry in the face of the Union and not a representation of racism. And this is a sentiment that does not agree with many Black Americans who reside in the town. So they are still standing up to fight for their rights. At the same time, other locals are doing their best to fight the reputation through social actions, arts, and so on. An instance of this is the Unsung Heroes Project, the Painting for the Trail of Tears Museum, which teaches about the...
Yeah, that is just you, Shabaka, because the reason why we had to go through this is because the Union soldiers had left the South, so they wasn't enforcing the laws that were in place. That's how they were able to come up with Jim Crow and Jane Crow.
And not to mention the Devil's Punch Bowl.
Shabaka, that's all part of Jim Crow.
Yep. Yep.
That predated Jim Crow. That was during Reconstruction. They did the Devil's Punch Bowl. I felt that like 2 episodes ago.
Yeah.
Well, what's not talked about is this Indian which moved the Black indigenous people off their lands and moved them to Oklahoma.
I've been through Oklahoma. You know that. You saw the video I did from the Black Wall Street. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can still feel that shit down there too, brother Check.
I believe it. I had that same feeling when I was in New Orleans.
Yeah, man, I'll never do Louisiana ever again, man. I heard too much of the crying. I heard too much of the suffering. I heard too much of the clacking of the chains.
Yeah.
Which forced native Black Americans off their lands. Number 12, Rochester, New York. In a recent survey, 21% of respondents from Rochester, New York, stated that racial or ethnic discrimination in the city is a significant problem in the region. The survey, organized by the Levine Center to End Hate and the Jewish Federation of Greater Rochester, analyzes local attitudes toward discrimination. The Jewish Federation of Greater Rochester said the survey showed that Rochester is one of the overall welcoming places in the U.S., according to 81% of respondents. But unfortunately, the region still has challenges with discrimination based on race, sexual orientation, religion, and gender. A staggering 83% of residents acknowledge that racial problems persist for people of color in their community. While many white residents recognize discrimination as an issue, it remained a theoretical concern for them. In stark contrast, the majority of African Americans reported experiencing racial discrimination firsthand, making it an inescapable part of their daily lives. From the compilation of the entire research, it is obvious that racial division exists in perceptions of discrimination, with a substantial majority of Black individuals of about 69%, identifying race-based discrimination as a major issue, in stark contrast to the 18% of white individuals who share this concern. Those who reported experiencing racial discrimination firsthand revealed that these incidents often occurred in everyday settings. More than half, 51%, encountered discrimination while engaging in routine activities such as shopping or dining at restaurants. The workplace emerged as another hotspot for racial discrimination, with 45% of those who experienced discrimination reporting that it happened on the job. These findings underscore the pervasive nature of racial discrimination, which permeates various aspects of life in Rochester, from public spaces to professional environments. Number 13, Trenton, New Jersey. The city of Trenton showed on an unflattering national list of a 2023 report that identified the most racist U.S. cities. The report identified Black Americans as one of the most discriminated against races in the United States. That should serve as no real revelation for anyone living in Trenton or elsewhere. WPR used 5-year estimate data from the U.S. Census Bureau's American Community Survey from 2016 to collect data about median household income, unemployment rates, home ownership, poverty rate, and adult high school and bachelor's degree attainment. A notable example of this incident occurred on October 22nd, 2018, aboard a Flixbus coach traveling from Trento to Rome, which departed at 10 p.m. In a Facebook account of the episode by a student from Ferrara, an Italian lady around 40 years of age demanded that a 25-year-old man from Senegal named Mamadou leave his seat next to her and move to the back of the bus, reportedly adding, "You're colored, you're of another religion." The woman's persistence escalated the situation, causing the young man, who had been seated where the driver instructed, to become emotional and tearful. He urged her to call the police, hoping they would verify his right to travel on the bus and occupy the seat. The woman complied, and the police arrived promptly. However, instead of resolving the issue in his favor, the young man was asked to relocate, highlighting the racism he faced, even from the authorities he had trusted to uphold his rights. Number 14, Naperville, Illinois. Naperville is a city in DuPage and Will counties in the U.S. state of Illinois. It is a southwestern suburb of Chicago, located 28 miles west of the city on the DuPage River. As of the 2020 census, its population was 149,540, making it the state's fourth most populous city, with a racial makeup of 63.6% whites, 21% Asian, 4.56% Black Americans, 3.43% 2+ non-Hispanics, 3.24% white Hispanics. The city, being a suburb of Chicago, has long been regarded as a diverse and inclusive community, where residents from various backgrounds come together to create a vibrant and welcoming city. However, beneath its idyllic surface, Naperville is not immune to the complexities of racism and discrimination that plague many cities and towns. Racial disparities in education and economic opportunities still persist in today's world in the city, thereby limiting access to resources and opportunities for certain groups. Hate speech and bias-motivated crimes have also been reported from various angles of the city. On February 23rd, Gregory McMichael, Travis McMichael, and William Bryan hunted and lynched Ahmaud Arbery. On March 15th, the police shot and killed Breonna Taylor while acting on an illegal no-knock warrant. Throughout the rest of March and April 2019, reports of COVID-19's disproportionate impact on Black communities poured into homes and phones across the globe. So did reports about how structural racism intensified COVID-19's impact on indigenous communities and Latino communities, and reports about the rise of anti-Asian racism. Several reports about the rise of anti-Asian racism emerged from Naperville. The town's city council passed a resolution denouncing all acts of racism, intolerance, and unlawful discrimination, and will not tolerate them of any kind. In response to a woman calling Asian residents that supported a ban on selling recreational marijuana in Naperville roving carpetbaggers, the woman made the racist remark while reading from a prepared statement at a council meeting. This background information frames what happened in Naperville over Memorial Day weekend. For less than 24 hours before police officers murdered George Floyd, keeping his corpse pinned to Minneapolis asphalt for 2 minutes after forcing the life from his body, his beautiful and wonderfully made body, a black structure in the middle of Naperville's Cantori Park, read, "White Pride." It's no big surprise, as Naperville was among the sundown towns in the U.S. that removed some of its overtly racist policies because of an interest convergence, white economic aspirations, which required cheap non-white labor. Those in civic power in Naperville were not taking proactive steps to foster an equitable and inclusive community where diversity is valued and all individuals have equal opportunities. This lack of effort has hindered the city's progress towards becoming a truly multi-racialized community. They labored to forge a modern-day plantation on which middle and upper-class whites reside in a metaphorical big house. Of course, their actual houses are also enormous, and poor whites and racialized minorities are the needed labor force living in lesser conditions on site to make the plantation run. A cursory drive through Naperville reveals as much. And the last on the list, number 15, Milwaukee. As the Democratic National Convention shines a national spotlight on Milwaukee, the city's profound racial inequality and oppression have come under intense scrutiny. This timely attention coincides with America's ongoing reckoning with police violence and racial injustice, forcing a confrontation with the enduring legacy of white supremacy. Milwaukee serves as a poignant case study, illustrating the devastating impact of systemic racism on contemporary American life. The city's entrenched racial disparities, born from centuries of discriminatory policies and practices, have created a stark contrast between the experiences of white and Black residents. From education and employment to housing and healthcare, Milwaukee's racial divide is evident in nearly every aspect of life. The African American community in Milwaukee faces significant barriers to economic mobility, perpetuating cycles of poverty and disadvantage. These obstacles include intense segregation in housing and education, as well as a criminal justice system that disproportionately affects communities of color. Furthermore, a myriad of other hardships rooted in the city's history of racism exacerbate these challenges. A recent report authored by University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee professor Mark Levine brings the city's rigid racial divisions into sharp focus, illuminating just how pronounced Milwaukee's disparities are, even when compared with other major cities experiencing similar issues. Levine's investigation reveals that Milwaukee's staggering 33.4% Black poverty rate is nearly 5 times higher than that of whites in the city, while the median household income for African Americans, a figure 42% lower than it is for white residents, ranks as the lowest among America's 50 largest metropolitan areas. Milwaukee has long held the disgraceful distinction as the most segregated city in the country. It has an unconscionably high infant mortality rates for Black babies, and it also incarcerates its African American citizens at a rate 10 times higher than white people. This rampant racial inequality has become part and parcel to daily life in the city of Milwaukee, an epidemic perpetuated by a collective unwillingness to seriously address it. In closing, to eradicate systemic racism in the city and across the
you listening to the video where he said incarceration? They have one of the most highest incarceration rates.
Yeah.
Out of
yeah.
And that's why that's why I don't get I get into it with the outlaws about that, because they're like, just lock them up and throw away the key. It's like, no, y'all just adding to the disproportionate incarceration in your city.
Yeah. Hey man, how'd you do the graphics there on Cut the Check?
It's essential to have absolute clarity about its origins. While many deny
that's a meme. That's a meme that I got last year on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Oh, on Stinky Bird. Oh, okay. Okay. AJ Militant, when they gonna shut down Stinky Bird over there, man, on 10th and Market?
Not this lifetime.
And how the 49ers doing, Jay Militant?
They losing all they just losing players left and right.
Well, they need to bring them to Las Vegas.
Oh my God, y'all need a miracle.
That and about 25 other miracles to go with it.
Yeah, so there's a minute left of this video.
Okay.
Well, racism, blaming people of color for social ills through racial stereotypes, the injustices endured by Black individuals today are, in fact, still a direct result of the institution of white supremacy that has been ingrained in the United States since its inception. That brings us to the end of yet another video segment. And if you found this quite engaging and informative, kindly click on.
Yep, and make sure y'all like and
subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. Exactly.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on these top 15 U.S. cities Black people should avoid at all costs?
Okay, well, they invoking American traditions. You know what I'm saying? They stating how they honestly feel. And this is the more reason with the orange dude being up there for us to build up our own Black businesses and our own Black infrastructures, on communications, on technologies, because this clown has got these damn tariffs going in, which is really going to drive up the price of everything: electricity, rent, groceries. You see, more reason for us to build our own businesses. You say, well, we could supply ourselves. More reasons to try to get with some of them brothers and sisters down in the South with agriculture. We say we need our own agriculture.
Yep. Yeah, Jay Millie was talking about this earlier about how all those people that were getting on biting about the inflation, they need to keep that same energy. Dump.
That's
shit.
And we want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
And how a lot of these dumpsters are having dumpster remorse.
Oh yeah, I love seeing that. You know, I love seeing that. You know. And then on top of it as well, too, we got to start controlling our own social media, because I've been speaking with our girl in Detroit, and that's what she was saying. You know, we need our own social media, because Silicon Valley, man, they just got too much goddamn money.
Yep. So I'm gonna move us along to the next topic.
Okay.
In the queue, Joyless Reid. Oh my God, we got to get on her. So for those that don't know, Joyless Reid lost her show on MSNBC. Great news.
That's better than when the ponies lose.
It's better than when the Gators lose. Oh yeah, y'all always lose. Joyless Reid got kicked off her show, lost her show, and this is the reason why. Years later, she finally got the boot, because white supremacy always breaks their tools, and she's the latest.
Right.
So this bra was running around here talking about we was Russian bots and disinformation agents because we're the
Damn.
So this Congolese African descendant, Shabaka, was running around telling everybody that we was Russian bots and that we were disinformation agents and that we shouldn't be trusted. In other words. And now, come to find out, she was wrong, like we've been saying all along. And
right.
Many reasons why she was not able to keep her job because she couldn't deliver the black vote. And at the end of the day, they put these black-looking faces in front of you so they can get your booty to the polls. And when it doesn't, they have to drop them like the bad habit that they are. So, it's going to give us an update on failed to destroy FBA reparations movement on MSNBC. Sorry, I'm at the hospital and Lady Chase machine is going off.
Welcome to the Real South Africa Traveling Tourism.
I am Dr. Natasha Blanton.
And I'm Mark Blanton and the owners. And we have amazing packages coming to Johannesburg. Everything we do is 5-star. Everything.
A news channel app, your gateway
to informing and educating through the power of media, connecting the African diaspora one story at a time.
With our platform, we're helping to end injustice by exposing it.
Join us in standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Dillard for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much.
That sister is Kosa, and she's from Exania.
Oh, okay.
This is Vicky Dillard.
People.
Yeah, but this right here is Vicky Dillard. She's from Mississippi, and she's now lives in Colorado. She's lived in Colorado for like 10 years. So,
oh, really? You ought to try to reach out to her, bro. Just a suggestion.
I already met her. I met her back in 2018.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I have tried to reach out to her. She's real busy.
Yeah, I should have wished we was busy like that. Get it?
Yeah.
Meaning that she's getting paid. And I ain't mad at her for making a living. I just wish the fuck we could make a living all the goddamn work we put in.
Well, Shabaka, it's going to pay off here shortly.
I know.
I'm going to play
I know.
Clip. So let's read. Try to end the reparations movement. Shame on you, you tether. You goddamn joyless Reid. I'm so glad you got the boot. So Lisa. So Vicky Dillard's gonna give us an update on this.
Much for tuning in today. We are so pleased that you have joined us, family. I'm certain by now many of you have already seen our footage and some of my broadcasts in particular on this Joy Reid. Of course, I have been on different platforms, different networks over the years, and everybody said, Vicky, you have given Joy Reid for years and years and years, non-stop everlasting work. And so I talked about it briefly on the go on my platform, and certainly I've discussed it here in other places. And I want us to continue discussing certain elements of it. Now, family, I always like to preface these kinds of conversations for a reason. You don't just talk about something because it's the news. That's important, obviously, that we respond to things that are happening, but you have to ask yourself sometimes who dictates the topic, the theme for the day. That means that sometimes the powers that shouldn't be, who control what's pumped into the masses' minds, they are the ones that determine the agenda and what needs to be focused on. So when your issues are ignored, when your things go unresolved, when you aren't prioritized, it's because you didn't make your issues a priority. When you find yourself feeling empathetic and sympathetic for the plight of other people, which is great, and you wonder why our own people have continued to suffer for hundreds of years and not gotten even a modicum of support and tangibles that some of these other people groups have gotten, it is because we have just taken on the talking points of what's been dictated for the day. And baby, we don't do that over here. Talk black to me, somebody. So we want to continue, no matter how often the mainstream media is talking about something, to keep our issue at the forefront. So just because someone was fired like Joy Reid from MSNBC the other day doesn't mean that we don't learn from the larger lessons. Why? Because it's not just Joy Reid, one individual's job that's affected by this, which that's not my problem. Because when Joy Reid tried to silence folks like me and my voice, where was the outcry then? Where was everybody worried about? What is they going to do to their business, their career? How they going to pay their bills and stuff? Talk black to me, somebody. This is bigger than just Joy Reid. Why? Because she represents the mouthpiece of a government and a party who is antithetical to the needs of its most loyal voting bloc. Foundational Black Americans, FBA, which is a lineage. It's not a club. It's not a group. Talk black to me, somebody. So I want us to learn from these mistakes, but not learn from the mistakes only. I want us to see the multiple moving parts of power so that we can engage and take hold of those levers of power to drive home our agenda and get results. Where is my gavel? Talk black to me, somebody. Did you catch that? We're not just sitting up here talking about, oh, she fired. No, we want to know who was involved. How did it go down like that? And what can we do to address the unseen hidden hands involved so that we can drive our agenda and know the other players involved in decision making? How many of you all know that there are White House officials that are involved in the agenda making of these cable news organizations, legacy media organizations, establishment media? How many of y'all know that? How many of you all understand that the Democrat Party and level politicals are involved in the news?
Yep.
How many of you all know that very, very wealthy, high, powerful corporations and companies who pay for ad time and some more stuff on these networks? How many of you all know? So when you start seeing certain agendas, medical agendas, weapons agendas, war agendas being pushed, guess who's behind paying the bills of those networks? That's why voices like ours are so important. And it's also why they're so despised. Yep. And it's also why you on the ground are responsible for making sure that you engage, that you share, that you support, and that you tune in, and that you tell others about it. Yes? Now, with that being said, one of the things that I want us to focus on now, and I want the team, if they could, in just a moment, to get ready, a video clip of Joy Reid. Now, I don't just attack somebody and go off somebody just because Vicky just want to talk about something. No, it's something behind it. And that's the reason why so many of my supporters said, Vicky, you've been on this for so long and you were quite foretelling and prophetic about this for a long, long time. Now, one of the major things that I think some of you all have forgotten and some of you may not have known about is one major example of Joy Reid intentionally and specifically targeting foundational Black Americans. Not only foundational Black Americans, but also other Black groups, alleged Black groups, alleged Black organizations like ADOS. I won't get into all that. I have my own individual issues with some of the leadership there. I acknowledge that there are some good, well-meaning folks that are attached to that, but I also acknowledge at the top that there are some troubling folks at the top. I say that because years ago, they came for me. Mm-hmm. So I don't need nobody telling me about, so I don't need nobody telling me nothing. I had to do some straightening. Mm. I was one of the first to call out the top leadership there for coming for me. Yep. So again, I acknowledge those of you that are well-meaning when it comes down to ADOS. So those of you that are about that life for reparations for Black folks without prioritizing the Democrat Party or one of their other little subgroups in their agenda, we on the same page. But just to keep things simple for me, I just do, a Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, something along those lines. I'm not trying to get caught up in titles and terms. If your heart is right, your motive is right, then let's just leave it there, okay? I don't need no crazy comments. And, it's not, just don't miss the point. We at war, okay? I'm just differentiating that a little bit because I want y'all thinking about that faction of them that's about the agenda and the Democrat Party. Talk black to me. Make me hit my gavel again on that one. I don't need nobody to tell me nothing when somebody come for me years ago. Some of y'all knew. Some of y'all ain't been keeping up for 5 and 6 years about what's been going on. And some of you certainly want the direct target of the leadership of that group. Now, put that aside, Vicky. With that being said, because that name is going to come up in this conversation, that's why I prefaced it with that. I'm not just running my mouth talking. I'm emphasizing, if you are about reparations for foundational Black Americans who are the descendants of slaves in the United States of America, yes, then I want you to know that we were a very specific target, not just generally speaking. Now, the clip that you're going to see, and of course, like I said, I've been dealing with this for many years on multiple networks, on multiple platforms. But not only me, I've noticed over time, of course, others in the Black grassroots media spaces, what I call Black grassroots media spaces, have been discussing this as well. Now, in a recent video not too long ago, I saw this clip. I was really looking for a concise clip of this MSNBC clip. And this is the easiest clip that I found from Professor Black Truth. Now, I'm just going to show the part from MSNBC. Of course, again, some of y'all know I've been discussing this for a long time, but I like to just give credit to where credit is due for anybody else, along with myself and others that address these sorts of issues. Of course, there are many others. I'm not trying to get in trouble by name calling, but I'm just saying I want to use this specific part of the clip. And why? Because the date is on this clip. Mm-hmm. Now, when you're listening, I want y'all to listen closely to the clip we're getting ready to play. But then I want you all to look at the year and the month. Yep. And then when you see a chart that's going to come up shortly after that, I want y'all to really pay attention. Now, once you watch me live now, I want you to watch the replay later. And then I want you to share it. And then I want you to have a couple, 3 meetings with some of your family and friends and loved ones, and I want you to show it to them.
Shabaka, the chart I showed on Mile High News.
Okay.
The chart that she's about to show, I showcased it on Mile High News, because remember I had my own segment where I was talking about the tangibles and tangibles 2020. So I had showed that
at the table.
Yep.
I want to show you specific evidence from years ago where we were specifically targeted to be sabotaged by the Joy Reids of the world. Y'all know I've been calling her Joyless Reids for years. And the Democrat Party specifically, their affiliates, individuals connected to them, and media. I want you to see it was a collaborative thing that they were doing.
Yeah, it was.
Watch this clip.
One of the things that you talk about, both in the report, and I've spoken with you about this before, is pushing out negative information about a candidate that's been selected, to be targeted, to turn Black voters against them. But it's who they're using as the voice, quote unquote, the digital voice, are supposedly also Black people who are spreading that message. And here's what you write about fake accounts that are not necessarily really Black people, but who seem to be Black people who are saying, hey.
And you remember Brother Chad used to bust them motherfuckers all the time. You remember when I was telling about busting these fake ass Black accounts?
Yes, I remember that, Shabaka, but this is not the same thing. They try to say that we demanded something tangible for our vote was fake accounts.
Can we sue these bastards for it?
Kamala's a cop, or this person is bad for Black people. Quote, fake accounts pretending to be Black women matter, not only in the disinformation campaigns, but in every election. There has been a constant.
We should for liable, because that's definitely liable.
Yeah, man, because you remember me, Brother Che, when I used to bust these fake ass accounts.
Yeah, but these aren't the fake accounts. These are actual people. These are actual Black people that were saying these things, and Joyless Reid and the Rats and all their ilk were running with this madness, talking about that we were spreading disinformation. These were disinformation campaigns and all of this crap. In reality, it was people that were really concerned, demanding something tangible before they vote, and they try to say that they were disinformation agents.
Instant number, you write, of fake accounts posing as Black women since 2013. These fake accounts, which pretend to be Black women, seem to be real people with real concerns. They connect with the American Black community online, attempting to learn Black vernacular and key issue areas.
And that's how I would bust those motherfuckers.
Campaigns that are focused on getting Black people to do only one thing.
What Black person uses the
and
word
can you name
cunt.
one of those 5 campaigns? I mean, we put up from the report that you're saying that there's a conversation about reparations that has to do with it. There's a criminal justice conversation. Yes. There's an immigration. Go on.
Reparations, immigration, and
so that's the chart right there, Shabaki. This is what I was talking about.
Yep.
You got ADOS up there, Democratic Shield Organization. Look at the list of disinformation campaigns. You got ADOS, which is a Democratic Shield Organization. You got Brexit, which was what Kanye was on, and Kundis Owen. Then you got FBA. That's us, FBA, Foundation of Black Americans. Then you got Black Voices for Trump. That was Kanye, and then Walk Away. I forgot who Walk Away was, but they tried to say that those were disinformation campaigns, and then a list of issues targeting Black voters, reparations. Number 1 on the list, and you got criminal justice, climate change, and immigration.
Yeah.
This was 6 years ago.
Yep. Yep.
And reparations, immigration, and anything that has to do with the criminal justice system. So the reason that the targeting of Kamala around being a cop is important is because anything that hinges on criminal justice becomes a divisive issue.
But how can people tell the difference between the real, genuine thing?
We call it Cop Mala.
Exactly, but they said that for us saying that we were spreading disinformation.
Ain't that a bitch?
Black Lives Matter and the ones that are just designed to make you not vote. How do you even tell?
So you can tell right away by the language that they use most of the time. But if you see anyone who says basically tangibles or you're not getting our vote without us getting something back, you should start to pause and take a better look at what they're saying. Better look.
Oh no, you shouldn't. If somebody's saying that, they're not saying that, you should pause and think about what they're saying, because you just want us to go vote for symbolism, nothing tangible. And if we demand something tangible, then that's disinformation. You're spreading disinformation.
Oh yeah, and then not to mention too, Brother Che, when you bust these fake accounts, right? Then when the white supremacist racism comes out here, and you could tell by the language and the attitude.
You keep talking about these fake accounts. That's not what I'm talking about. They try to say that we were fake accounts.
Right. Exactly.
Not these fake accounts we're talking about. They try to say that Black Americans that was online,
fake accounts.
That was talking about reparations were fake accounts. But they're not fake accounts. These are actually real people with real concerns.
Exactly.
But
that's how you and I hooked up.
Yeah, but this is before that. This was after we hooked up, Shabaki. This is like 2-3 years after the fact. But they're trying to say that we were spreading disinformation and misinformation.
Yep.
We were demanding something for a vote, and they're trying to say that our accounts were fake accounts.
Yep. And that's why they was asking us for our names and all that shit.
So that was the
family. Did you hear that?
Yep.
How can you tell the difference between the real voices out there, the real accounts out there, and the fake ones? Anybody that's telling you not to vote for the Democrats, folks that's pushing reparations. Did you all see the date on that?
December 2019.
That was very specific. Let me hit the gavel on that. Joy was on MSNBC.
Yeah.
With a cute little bundle.
Yeah, that's what was
ponytail. Talk black to me, baby. She was shining and stuff, melanin popping.
Yeah.
fresh and new, real strong with a new little position, whenever she started around it. I think about 5 years ago or so when she officially started her new, you know, she was with MSNBC before they gave her show on primetime. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
So she got her own thing getting ready to go. Now she finna let it shine and stop. Somebody put a sign in the chat. Melanin and stuff popping real strong. Was feeling herself.
Oh, Vicky Diller, you
now,
crazy.
just like I keep exposing and reminding you all that the boule type like Roland was plotting and scheming with the Clinton campaign and others behind the scenes. They didn't disclose that to the public when they were doing interviews with these Democratic operatives and people, were they? No.
Yeah.
But they were scheming to assist them. Was Joy Reid behind the scenes scheming? And who was she scheming with? There's no question she was in direct contact with them. That's not the question. Vicky's saying that based on information and belief. I always like to do disclaimers. Y'all know I am a very responsible media personality.
Yeah.
But the question is exactly who. And I wonder if some of you all who worked on the campaign or other individuals are willing to come forward and tell us exactly who that is. Do you all see now why I am so supportive of the upcoming hearing and investigation that's involving Chicago Democratic Mayor Brandon Johnson? Remember, he scared to death with his whole team about all the cache of information that Congress is asking. They're asking for all kinds of communications, digital communications, email communications, phone communications with multiple entities and people. I told you all might just find out there's a greater scandal going on than even the immigration stuff. I told y'all probably gonna find out all kinds of stuff that they're concerned about. That's what I want to know. I certainly believe, based on information and belief, that she was in contact with a close Hillary Clinton campaign person, if not Hillary Clinton herself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
because of some other coverage that she was doing. But keeping it to what you just heard, how about them apples, family? Team, can you all pull up the chart right now for me? Can y'all pull up the chart? Now, y'all, in this clip that you just saw, I want to emphasize the chart that the lady put up. Yes? There was a chart that they referred to that they had put up. Yes, okay. I want y'all to take a close look at the chart, family. Now, in case any of y'all confused, if you don't understand what they're doing to target you, to label you, to destroy us, if you all don't understand that we are more powerful than they can actually say, why? Because they spent time trying to stop us. Some Democrats, some of them White House officials said, joyless, get them under control. Get them. What does it say? Report. Y'all see what the headline says? Disinformation targets and actors. Is Vicky exaggerating when she tells you that you were specifically targeted?
No.
No.
That's the same.
You better not miss
it.
And also, here's the thing too, Black family. That same year, the dumps DOJ started calling us Black identity extremists.
Exactly. That part. But keep in mind that Osambo on his way out had something to do with it as well.
Let up, baby. Put your cowboy boots in the chat.
Well, he started the war on woke.
Yeah.
Osambo.
Yeah.
And again, he was not of our lineage at all.
Yeah, Barack Obama. But them
Stilettos in the
butterfly
chat.
ears looking like Dumbo.
Keep going, Vicky. ADOS. Y'all see, that's why I brought that up a minute ago. Now you understand why I brought up ADOS a minute ago? I don't want to get off into no fights with y'all. If you are really about reparations, without any allegiances, first and foremost, or prioritization of a political party like the Democrats or some other subgroup, then don't worry about this. But there are some parts of ADOS that's not about that. But American descendants of slaves, if that's all you about and that's your focus, then you are a target for reparations too. Blexit, y'all remember that? I think Candace Owens had something to do with some of that too. Tangibles.
Right.
Look at the language. What does it say next to tangibles, family?
Foundational Black.
It not only spells out. It not only says hashtag FBA, but it wants you to be clear of what FBA is and who FBA is. Foundational Black Americans. Of course, it also refers to Black voters who Trump and walked away. It says list of issues targeting Black voters.
Shabaka. Not slaves, descendants of slaves.
Justice, climate change, and immigration. Specifically, those three top items that we discussed were what? Reparations, the immigration issue, and criminal justice. Do you all see that the source of this report, y'all see on this report, y'all see at the bottom of the report what it says?
Yep.
The source of this report is from top online, it's from the source is Stop Online Violence Against Women. Now that Black lady that's sitting up there talking to her group is one of them little subgroups and stuff that got access to Joy and the Democrats and all that. And they try to act as a liaison like they're the ones that's looking out and targeting us and watching us and looking for us.
Yep.
Do you see you're a target, Black family?
Mm-hmm.
And we've been a target for the past several years.
Hell, I've been knowing that since I was 12 years old. Oh, shit, take your ass to Los Angeles.
Look real close at this. Because those who are well-meaning from ADOS and those of us who are part of Foundational Black Americans, which we refer to ourselves as a lineage and not a group.
Right.
And I refer to myself as a diasporic African.
And if you made the demands from your Democrat Party, and if they do not push what you tell them to push, that you have no intention of voting for them, they saw you as a problem and they called you.
Until we can have dual citizenship in any of them countries in Africa or in any of the 55.
Get rid of the neo-colonialists.
We're Americans.
Get rid of the neo-colonialists.
We're not Africans. We ain't set foot in Africa. We have no lineage to Africa. We have genealogy to Africa, but we don't have lineage to Africa. Our great-grandparents were not in Africa. They were here in the United States.
Sir, all that is part of the Ma'afa. It's all part of the Ma'afa, brother.
That's history. That's history, though. That's historical facts.
As you said, his story.
A disinformation
what about
group,
our story?
Group, and they went.
It is our story, Shabaka. We built this country. It's either we didn't build the country or we did build the country.
No, we built this motherfucker. Yeah, that we did do. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, we did build it.
So far as enjoying her guest said we weren't even real. They referred to as so-called in some instances. Did y'all hear that, family?
Yeah.
Do you all understand just how serious this is?
I've been knowing it since I was 12 years old. And I ain't gonna say how many years ago that was.
Early on refused to come to us in good faith, to talk about this, to negotiate this, to hear from us. Instead, they silenced us. They pretended we didn't exist.
Yep.
Exactly.
And they knew we were so
and
powerful.
Me, brother Check.
We were such a threat.
So many goddamn accounts they tore down on us.
We were such a force.
Shit.
Yep.
That they said.
Yeah, and they killed our boy Henry Dessalines, man. You heard from Henry Dessalines,
like
man.
That you just saw up there, mouthpiece and spokesperson like that, to watch them
Paris
and then to label them. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Henry and Paris LaShawn.
This is what I want us to focus on. These are some of the lessons I want us to learn from this, and I want us to make a commitment to double down on our demands, but also our calls to actions. Yes, online and offline.
Yep.
We are so real. Our threat and our power. That your Democrats work to punish us and to silence us. We are so real. They worked to change political meetings, rules, and regulations to prevent you from even having proximity to your own lawmakers. We were such a threat that they told you that you got to have a state ID to even come. We were such a threat that they told you that you need to register in advance so that they can vet you before you come.
Yep.
Until a third party government watch organization had to tell, for example, Democrat Mayor Brandon Johnson, you may want to change these rules, ninja, because you might be in violation of the law, silly.
Then throw his ass in the goddamn Cook County jail. Shit. Walk the concrete.
He gonna get deported back to Haiti, Shabaka.
And I'm specifically talking about Black
Who,
Foundation
Brandon
American.
Johnson?
Yep.
groups and those that are about that life of real members of the ADOS, of folks that have a right heart about that and connection. Watch this. And I'm going to keep saying this. Remember, the DNC actually considered not holding a in person.
Yep, remember that shit about
a convention.
Yep.
They actually
wanted to do it
contemplated holding
Yeah.
a digital DNC.
Yeah.
Why does Vicky keep talking about that? Because they were willing to put at risk one of their major promo events because you threatened them so much and they thought that they were going to be embarrassed live during the week of the DNC because of you, Black Chicago. They ended up not going that way, but they seriously considered it because you all told them that because you ignored our voices, silenced us, threatened us, targeted us. We're going to find another way to make our voices heard. Why is Vicky emphasizing this? Because now Joy and others like her want us to give a crap about what they think of the fact that some network got rid of them, even though their ratings were horrible and terribly low. She wants us to believe that they got rid of her because she Black. No, baby. Like our sister Sabby Sabs, who covered my broadcast here recently. Shout out to her. She's a former Bernie Sanders aide and stuff. And y'all know them groups don't like it when, even though she rebelled against them and stuff, but she's very educated. She's a political. She understands the ground and campaigns, and she's an expert on a lot of that kind of stuff. Y'all know they don't like them kind of folks covering us, baby.
Yeah.
She made it clear. Let's not act like they fired Joy just because she Black. Because why? They replaced her with Simone Sanders and y'all, why am I tripping? What's the man's name, the Republican name? Y'all, what is that Republican man? I am tripping. We live and direct. Y'all remind me, what is the Republican man name on MSNBC? They're doing a 3-panel show that's going to replace Joy. Michael Steele.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
For those of you that don't know about
he
Michael
ain't
Steele,
shit.
thank you, Spirit. Michael Steele has been a long time Republican.
Yeah,
but even though I
Trump
certainly
supporter.
don't agree with his positions prior to him coming over to the other side, he's starting to fool with the Democrats because the Republicans rejected him. But even though I don't care for Michael Steele and I don't stand for any of his positions, what you have to know is that Michael Steele was so effective in the Republican Party, he was the chairman of the RNC. That's the equivalent of the DNC. And he's the one that was responsible for getting multiple of them taking back the Congress and the House and stuff like that back in the day.
Right.
It was because of his
when Dump got elected the first time. Yeah, she's right.
The United States that the Republicans prevailed and they kicked him in the behind, and that's when he turned on them.
Yeah, like they did Omarosa.
Michael Steele, he used his genius to assist the Republicans and get them back in power. He got them resolved. And they let him go. So he turned on them. So just so y'all know, that's why he that's why he be giving them the everlasting works, baby, because the Republicans turned on him. And he dogged Obama, dogged the Democrats, dogged out. I mean, he was terrible and horrible. But when they turned on him, that's when he turned. But he did give them results. I don't agree with all the stuff that they do on that side. But I ain't gonna lie, Michael Steele was an effective former chairman of the RNC, and they let him go. He and Simone
like Professor
Sanders,
Black Truth said, hey, white supremacy
Democrat.
always breaks its tools.
They make up two.
And they damn sure did it to him.
This new show that's replacing Joy Reid. So this ain't about no. Do you all understand why I keep saying there's a difference between being B1 and D1?
Right.
How many of y'all know that in the Black grassroots, when we say B1, that means Black first. That means we don't put political labels.
Right.
For example, Democrat Republic. We don't put socioeconomic labels. We don't put religious labels or any other labels over being Black first. Why?
Right.
Because see, when you get confused and you start identifying more with the party, you will understand a racist Joe Biden and reject a racist Donald Trump.
Yeah.
When we're saying no, we don't supposed to like either one like that. When we start seeing, that's when we say something wrong with you. When Trump can say racist stuff, do racist stuff, but Biden can say you ain't Black if you don't vote for him. Biden can say that America is doomed, not just because of Black folks, but because white folks getting ready to be the minority in America come 2040. So you'll justify your favorite racist. You understand? And we say, no, we don't supposed to like neither one of them. We supposed to be just about business and policy. You see?
Right.
We're supposed to like one over the other and give this one a pass on this issue. And don't give, you see?
Yep.
That's why we say B1. I'm the one that brought up, I made up the B and D1. I mean, B and B1, not D1. But B1 is something that Foundation of Black Americans have been talking about initially. And I want to say it's Black Authority that brought that up, but don't hold me to who actually officially did it. But I think it was him.
Black first.
At least I've been the one crediting him for that. But anyway, because I thought so. But the point is, our goal is not to be R1, D1, no, B1, because that means you keep the agenda of our people at the forefront, not your favorite party.
Right.
Because you'll justify some madness that you shouldn't be justifying. Yes? Family, Joy used that network to silence us. And now we supposed to care about her being silenced?
Yeah, she did.
Joy knowingly. Do y'all understand that? Not accidentally.
She can hold her own
Joy knowingly
price.
And willingly did so. She did it on too many multiple occasions in very egregious ways, but I wanted to give you at least one example to where she specifically named and targeted us. And they've been doing it for years to undermine us. And what did Foundation of Black Americans do?
Jeff Fart was doing
stronger.
all this shit too.
What did we continue to do on this side? We kept using our platforms. I was on different platforms.
Yep.
Stuff didn't work out the way I wanted it to initially on some of the other platforms. But baby, guess what? I believed in the work I was doing. It didn't matter if I was talking to 200 live or 2,000 or more.
Right.
It didn't matter if that video that day, 3, 4, 5 days later got 2,000 or 20,000 or 200,000 from time to time. I was consistent. And over time, it started to resonate with the streets.
Yep. Yep, you were consistent just like we were consistent and still are.
Do you all understand it's very dangerous to underestimate your own power? Do you all understand that it is very, very dangerous to consider what you do to be nothing and small and insignificant? How many of you all know, this is what I teach my spiritual students, when you do the right thing, it's important. But what's really most important and what's effective is when you do the right thing long enough. I said, it's not just that you're doing the right thing to make us effective. It's when you do the right thing. What did I say?
Welcome back, Shabaka. You got kicked out.
Yeah.
And they were throwing attacks. They were trying to censor us. They were trying to monetize us. They were trying to label us. They were trying to smear us. I know all about that, baby. I know about being targeted. I know about going through unjust cases and circumstances and situations. I know about that before I came online. And I've had to withstand acts of threats of violence, lies, smear campaign,
YouTube,
and some more stuff.
Yep.
And I'm still,
we're not alone.
And we, I'm going to say we, because this don't work because of one person. We are still here.
Yep.
And I want you all to understand that you're such a threat. They did all of that to stop you, to prevent frustrating fall. But how many of you all know that we're so important, we're so real, we're so effective? Come close. I promise you, I brush my teeth. I even use mouthwash. I'm almost done. We're so effective in what we did over time. And I just showed you that clip. I wanted to use that clip in particular. It specifically reminds you of the whole time watching that little short part of that segment. It was 2019, y'all. Yep. That's just one of many examples. And thankfully it's recorded. Watch this. We're so effective that what happened? They lost the presidency, the White House. The Democrats did. They lost the Senate, the upper house of Congress. They lost the House of Representatives, the lower rung of Congress.
Yep.
We don't need no chit chat about who is running stuff and who's controlling the narrative.
Right.
We don't have to sit here and chit chat about what we think about nothing. How many of y'all know what the ancients taught? You will know them by their fruit. So when you're done talking, when you're done bringing out all your professional experts, when you're done with all your little shiny chirons and stuff, at the end of the day, did the masses of Black folks do what the establishment said, legacy media said, the Democrat talking heads and the boule type said, or are they in line with what you heard your alternative Black media outlets, just like this one, African Diaspora News Channel?
Just like Front Line Blacc News.
That should tell you
Exactly.
everything. This is why I tell you, if you don't get your notifications, be intentional about watching them, looking for
Revolutionary Agenda.
If you missed the live, go and watch the replay later. Share it. I don't care if you got 2 people following you. You don't know who's watching and how it might affect them.
That's what I was telling. That's what I'll be telling Lady Shay.
Support. Download the app. Do what needs to be done, because if you can acknowledge that we're at war.
On the maps,
do you think for 1 minute?
No, Vicky Dillier.
That the opposition is gonna fund your side of the war? Do you think they're gonna make it easy for us?
No.
To fight by controlling the narrative and having people to speak on your behalf, which media is a part of warfare? Do you think that they're gonna make all that easy and fun? No. And no.
Tell
and did
us
I say
about
no?
it, Vicky. Tell us about it.
I can say so much more, but I don't need to, because what she said was very clear. It was very specific, and I don't even need to drag her, right? You see the agenda, and you see the year that she did it, one of many examples. So the question is, it's up to us to keep the pressure on the forces that sit, on the people and the individuals that were involved in that. Yes, I'm gonna talk more about that later. I'm gonna stop for now. My time is up. My name is Vicky Diller, beloved. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm typically.
All right, thank you, Vicky Diller, for that update. Yep. So, Joy, let's read. You failed to destroy the FBA reparations movement.
And here's the irony of Joy Reid. Here's the irony of Joy Reid. She was born December 8th, she was born during the height of the Black empowerment era. Born in 1968.
Down Tether anchor baby.
Yep. So she was 6 years old when Ali did his thing over there in Zaire or the Congo. Yeah. Ali Boumaye. You know. Yeah.
All right. Is that your final thoughts on Joyless Reid trying to destroy the reparations movement?
Yeah, and it blew up in her face. Yeah. Well.
We showed it. So we were right all along.
Yeah, we sure was. Yeah, Jeff Farts. And also, too, and all you haters I got up there on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced page. And how the hell you crackers got up there is beyond me. I'm still trying to figure that out. You're a black racist Shabaka saying, Corey, man, get your ass up off my wall, deleting block.
You know how? I think I know how, Shabaka. Because when I went to go invite people to the page, it selected random people. And some of the people, they probably page because they was trolling my page.
Right. Okay. All righty. Well, I enjoy arguing with them and what have you. So, but however, we do got the delete and block thing, you see. So when they get stupid, delete and block. You hit me to that. Don't respond back to them because they're trying to get the page tore down. You see?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's all they're gonna do, because all they're gonna do is try to report you and say that you
all that crap. All that crap. Like they're gonna say that, you know, the last thing I got from Meta, oh man, you copyright infringement. Give me the address to the San Mateo County courts and let's go before a judge and talk about it.
Right.
So far, the damn page is still up. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me make sure I ain't talking too soon, Brother Che. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can still hear you.
Oh God, hold on. Let's see here. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We still up.
Great.
Yeah.
Great news.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so you definitely
we still. Oh God. Whoa, boy, you ought to look at these reels that's up here from Africa. Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow. And then I see somebody put a tribute up here to Ron McNair. Not getting off topic. I'm just going to read this bit of history here. I'm not going to say the person's name because we're not advertising for nobody. But we do recognize he put up Ron McNair. In 1959, police were called to a segregated library when a black 9-year-old boy trying to check out books refused to leave. After being told the library was not for black people, the boy, Ronald McNair, went on to get a PhD in physics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and become an astronaut. The library that refused to lend him books is now named after him.
Wow.
That's heavy. Yeah. Yeah, that's heavy.
Wow.
Yeah.
They tried to discriminate against that brother. He ended up getting the whole library, the same library that discriminated against him, named after him.
Yep.
All right, moving along.
And they showing a clip of the okay, there was a clip from the Flip Wilson show just before Ali fought Joe Frazier 54 years ago on March 8th. And as I stated on my social media, I was in the 6th grade, March 8th, 1971. And the teacher asked toward the end of class, how many, the big fight's on tonight? And all the kids said, yeah. And then she says, how many of y'all think that Muhammad Ali is going to win? All the kids raised their hands saying, Ali, Ali. Next day, talk about some sad little kids, because she asked, well, how many do y'all think that Mr. Frazier's going to win? And none of the kids raised their hand. Boy, we were some sad little kids the next day.
Oh. You know who else was born in? You know who was born in 1971, Sabah?
Who that?
There's 3 people that come to mind. My mother. Tupac Shakur.
Right.
And Snoop Dogg.
In 1971, is that right? Okay. Yep. Cass was born at the height of the Black empowerment era, ladies and gentlemen. And don't let fake news tell you that it was all about the civil rights movement. You had the civil rights movement and you had the Black empowerment era. The Black empowerment era lasts from 1966 to 1974. 1975, that's when you got KC and the Sunshine Band.
Average white man.
Oh, that was even worse.
And Hall & Oates.
Yep, I can't go for that. Yep. No, Hall & Oates, man, was in the early 80s.
Oh, I thought they was in the 70s.
No, sir, they're in the early 80s.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Demetria, in case you're going to give us an update on the sister that says we need to start showing up and turning out or showing out at town hall meetings like them folks do.
Yeah, and then also too, I did email her,
totally agree,
and I'm yet to hear
and she
from
says, y'all, not to be political, but we really need to start showing up for our community. I'm at a town hall meeting and it's only white people making decisions for the entire community. And she's absolutely right. We need to get a little bit more involved. For whatever reason, we think, oh, I'll just show up to the federal election, the national election, right? Where it's presidents, maybe some senators and Congress people, but your city council people, the city planning and everything else in between, we don't necessarily show up for that. And yes, there are town hall meetings, city council meetings that happen all the time, at least once a month, right? And so we need to start getting involved in civics. Because as she said, they're making all the decisions. Now, I've always said this, us as Black people, we are reactive. So what I mean by that is we hear that they're going to put another pawn shop in our community or another marijuana shop in our community. Then we show up at the city council meeting and say, it's not right. Y'all better not put that in there. But in essence, you should have showed up to the city planning meeting, because that's where they make the decisions as to what is going where in whose community, right? Now, them folks, as she said, They show up to the city planning meeting where they're saying, I think a pawn shop will go good over there in Beverly Hills. And they're like, oh, no, you won't. You're not putting no pawn shop over here where the white folks live. You could put it over there where they live. And that's normally what they do. So we will notice that their building is like, we got enough Popeyes over here. We don't need no more chicken.
Right.
But it's too late at that point. Yeah. You got to show up like they do. Because one thing about them, they're like, oh, no, you won't, buddy. You put that in our neighborhood and see what happens. You won't be here next year. You can bet on that.
Yeah, but we show up there, we subjugated to getting arrested.
The nails and the stakes in the wood is already being, erected on the foundation of the checking the cash that we don't need in our neighborhood. We got enough. And we know why they put that stuff in our neighborhoods, but yeah, we got to start getting more involved. It's not just about the national election. It's really more so
and politicians are prostitutes
meetings because they affect more directly than a president will. Yeah, he's got some federal things he does, but on a local level, they decide on what goes where. They decide who's going to get their potholes
at the local level. Them is the easiest motherfuckers to buy.
The mayor, he's or she is the president of the city, so you should go and show up and see what they're talking about. Because you don't ever know what they talk about normally in the Black community until they already talked about it, signed it, and they're already doing whatever they said they're going to talk about. So as Black people, we need to start showing up more to these city hall meetings, city council, whatever it is, and we also need to be proactive and not reactive.
Right.
So y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my.
I think
subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
Yep. Thank you, Demetria K. Yeah, I think you're dead on. We do need to start showing up more to these town hall meetings and these local city council. And
I tried to go to the town hall meeting here in Las Vegas, man, but every place down there by City Hall, they want to charge your ass $30 to park.
Yeah, I would not park there. I would take public transit or something.
Okay, I think there is public transit that I can take down because I think they do got the bus that goes straight down the strip that does end at City Hall because City Hall is right over there, man, by Fremont Street.
Yep.
Right there by Chomley's.
Yep. And
I walk in there. Yeah, and what have you, but I have to be real silent because, this is Mississippi of the West.
Yeah, that's downtown Vegas.
Yeah, and keep in mind is that Nevada is Mississippi of the West.
Yep. Yeah, it really is. Haven't been there, Black family. North and South, Nevada, it definitely is.
Yep. Okay, but however, I do appreciate a point because after all, we all do pay taxes. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But like I said, I casted my last vote in my life when I saw the orange dude get reselected, and the process I had to go through. See, because here in Nevada, I don't know if it's because this is my first time registering to vote in Nevada in 2024, coming from California. But, I had to show driver's license, all that old type of shit, Then they said, go over here to the booth. And I says, well, the best way to cast your vote for Trump is to go to the bathroom, take your ballot, shit, wipe your ass with it, and say, I'm voting for the dump right here. Self-explanatory.
It's not going to count. you want it to count.
You know what I'm saying?
You can't process this, so your vote won't.
They'll probably say to you, what kind of shit is this, huh? Okay. Yep. I see your reasoning, sound reasoning. So that was the last election that I voted in, people. And the only election that I'm voting in is where I'm eligible to vote for Jesse Parrish for the state assembly in the state of Colorado.
Either the state assembly or the mayor.
Yeah.
Or the president.
Whatever office you run for, bruh. You the only one I'm voting for. And when they look at my ballot, well, damn, Shabaka only voted for one person. Yeah, because that's the only person on there with some integrity. But you other motherfuckers out here, Not calling you one, but the motherfuckers who you be going up against, they ain't nothing but political prostitutes.
Yep.
They might as well go out and make political porn. You know what I'm saying? Get screwed by a donkey, go down on an alligator. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, we witnessed that in real time in 2023. With that whole clown show, that whole damn circus that threw their hat in to run for mayor. That was ridiculous. Yeah. I'm like, where the hell all these people come from? There was nobody, and then out of nowhere, 20 people would come out the woodwork. And I blame Jeff Fart for that shit, because every time he said, oh, we need a woman. Oh, here goes a woman. Oh, we need another black candidate. Oh, here come all these raccoons out of nowhere.
Right, Jeff Fart. I'm wondering, hey, Jeff Fart, if you're listening, I left my calling card for you when you was in Africa, and I drove all the way through the snow, trick. Yeah. You know, gonna kick me off your platform, you know, because when he was up there and I commented in the chat room and I says, well, what are you ass scratchers gonna do for the black community? Yeah, that rattled their cage. Yeah, you still got that clip.
When he called him a raccoon, remember when he called him a raccoon?
Oh yeah,
raccoon and he wasn't shit, and he blocks you after that.
Oh yeah, you know. And then I went all the way to Denver, Colorado to leave him my calling card in the snow.
Yep.
Got drenched. 12 feet of snow on top of my vehicle. But you did tell me that would have been the worst time to come.
Yeah.
And that was about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was about a year ago. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Almost to the T, like maybe a week later.
Yeah, so I got to see y'all in the summertime somewhere sometime. You know what I mean?
Spring, come around Memorial Day.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've been there in May. Yeah, Denver's nice in May and June and July. And do they still got that concert series out there in the city park?
Yep. Yeah, they still got the jazz in the park.
Yeah, with a Denver Police Department told me I can't be fucking with people listening to the park. And I told that sergeant, I said, Sarge, you need to apply for lieutenant at the Los Angeles Police Department. They will hire you because he had his goons with him. And they all had their nightsticks out, you know, and I didn't want the nightstick to glide gracefully upside my head, you know.
Right, like punk ass John Lewis.
Yeah. No, that was not no good trouble. Actually, what it was an infringement on the First Amendment right. If I got my law correct, the people have the people have the right to petition the government for a redress of grievance.
Yep.
Yeah, you see, so they interfered with that right. Look at all the people of the great state of Colorado and the city and county of Denver that did not get a chance to execute their constitutional right. Why? Because the police are not law enforcement officials, people. They are policy enforcers. They evolved from slave patrollers. And you will get your mind right. Now, what kind of damn justice is that? All right, Brother Che, I'm going to sign off, man, in a few minutes, man.
Okay, Shabaka, boy, there's like 2 more topics.
All right, because I know it's getting late, man, and you're an hour ahead of me, yeah.
Yeah. So there was 2 more topics I wanted to get to, Shabaka. The Democratic Party is now targeting Mayor Eric Adams after Trump DOJ dismisses the charges.
Oh, man.
Then Ohio police threatening arrest a brother over his daughter's alleged carjacking.
Oh, man. All right, so what's up with Eric Adams?
Dun, 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 dun.
Ding, 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 ding. Dang, 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 dang,
Unleash the
dang.
power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple.
Committee on the
And this is why we need donations, people, because we try to do that too, but we need money.
They wrote a letter to the Department of Justice saying, wait a minute now, because Trump demanded that they drop charges on Eric Adams. Remember?
Oh, he got indicted by a grand jury. Great news.
And
great
illegal
news.
Campaign funds and a whole host of other things. Well, this is what the letter said in part. Last month, troubling reports emerged about the Trump administration's demand that federal prosecutors move to dismiss serious public corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams as a part of a blatant and illegal quid pro quo to secure the mayor's loyal assistance in executing Trump's administration's mass arrest and deportation policies. Now, that was spearheaded by that of Jasmine Crockett and Jamie Raskin. Okay, great. They want to make sure that Mayor Eric Adams is not, doing something strange for the change and have those charges dropped. And let's keep it a buck, he probably is, right? Because they're saying, oh, now all of a sudden he's not agreeing with the sanctuary city and helping the illegal immigrants there in New York City.
Oh, wow.
In them. Well, of course he is.
Wow.
To go to jail for those
Cuomo's a cinch.
The other thing is, y'all were cool with Mayor Eric Adams until he started pressing the Biden administration, until he started saying, hey, y'all need to reimburse me for all this money I'm spending on the illegal migrants that have come over here under you guys' permission. Y'all didn't say nothing about that then. And then when he was spending all that money on the illegal migrants, y'all was cool. Y'all didn't say nothing. But now all of a sudden he asked Trump to do him a solid, let a brother off the hook. Y'all mad? Y'all acting like that's the first time some potential corruption has taken place. I mean, I can't think of most people who wouldn't ask for a favor. I mean, the man was looking at going to jail, and all that.
In jail without the bail. In jail.
Be that, but that's neither here nor there.
Where he needs to go. To
like
jail.
Y'all always operate above board. Now, I don't know that you're not, but you're only mad at Eric because he's basically, maybe he's Team Trump now, but he's trying to save his own skin. Can't be mad at him for that. Now, all the other stuff he was doing, helping all the illegal migrants and stuff, yeah, y'all should have been mad at him then, but don't be mad at him now because he want to get himself out of trouble. That's silly. And it seems like y'all have other things to be doing besides going after Mayor Eric Adams. And listen, I'm not a fan of Mayor Eric Adams at all, but to waste time, that's not what people send you to office for. To make up stuff to do, find something to do. Like shelve that HR 40 study of reparations and go and try to figure out a way to give Black Americans who are descendants of slavery a check. If you really want to be productive, I could just suggest. Anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary,
and like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. Sorry, Demetria. We trying to get paid too.
When it comes to Black people and the police, the relationship is just horrible. Not by our fault. It's by the fault of these police officers who are the folks who always come in hot. The brother is guilty before they even ask questions. They have their guns drawn. They're ready to either offload their gun on the brother or brutalize them, taser them. No questions asked. They're guilty. They're falsely arrested. They're pulled over for no reason other than the stupid excuses that they say, which oftentimes it's made up. You look like somebody we're looking for. You fit the description of somebody that we're looking for that committed some crime. And oftentimes they don't even look anything like the person that they're actually looking for, if in fact it's true. In this case, we're talking about a situation in Westlake, Ohio, where a 19-year-old teenager had reported her vehicle stolen. But 2 days later, she reported the vehicle as recovered. Yet, they pulled up to her father's house. He was in the car with his daughter. And there they coming in hot. Take a look.
Your body camera on? Is your body camera on? Is your body camera on? No. Get out the car, huh? Come on. This is her car. And it's here at our house. Put your guns away. No. One of y'all come talk to me. One person. One person. One person talk to
In
me.
Los Angeles, they would have killed him at
This
that
my
point.
house. This her car at my house. You on private property. What is the address to? Where your address on? Where your address on your ID?
It's at my mom's house.
Man, no. For what? You recording?
Yes, I am.
We throwing the out of them. Come to me. Why y'all got them guns like that? I'm not coming over there.
You want to get hit with this? Get the
Turn around.
Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around.
Why? Okay, look, what are y'all doing?
Concerned that is a stolen car, which is
Okay.
why we are doing what we are doing.
Okay,
If
but
he would have shut his mouth and cooperated and come over and talked to us like a civilized person instead of trying to run the show from his front porch, this
Man,
wouldn't have happened
fuck
this
you,
way.
you
He has
goddamn
done something
coward.
wrong. When the police tell you to do something, you listen, and then we sort it out when we make sure everything is safe.
Okay,
We
but we
don't know
could've
you.
done that.
We don't know him.
And we don't know you. Just
We're
like
the
you're
police.
This is our
exactly.
job.
But you're still
Damn
a human
policy
being at the end of the day, and
enforcer.
so is me, so am I.
So then if you
Y'all
just
have
cooperate,
weapons pointed at us. Exactly. How are we supposed to not be afraid?
sure, everything is safe.
But
Then
when
we
I
have
got
this
out the car
conversation.
and all I seen was weapons pointed at me, I was scared. I understand the car was reported stolen.
No,
I
you
understand
don't, you
all of that. I
fucking
went to
coward.
the police station 2 days
Because
to
if
let
you
them
would have
know
understood
that
it,
I
you
have
wouldn't have
recovered
did
the
it.
car.
And none of this would have happened this way
Exactly.
if he would have just cooperated, walked over to us, explained calmly,
But you
that's
guys
my
were
daughter,
aggressive
and then when
just
we
like
tell
you said
you,
that.
and
He
then when
stood
I'm
there and said,
talking,
that's my daughter. This is her house.
yeah, but we can't see you.
Okay.
So then we tell you to get out of the car, and you don't get out of the car. We
I
can't
didn't
see
hear
you.
you say that.
Well, that's why this happened.
Exactly.
This way.
I didn't hear you. I was scared. The first thing I did was call my father. I don't know. I don't deal with the police. I'm only 19 years old.
So, Reid,
And he said,
he would have been
this is
fine.
her car. This is her car. Y'all still have weapons pointed at us. I am terrified right now. Do you know what they do to black people?
De-escalation goes out the window. Basic human decency goes out the window. Questions asked goes out the window. Common decency goes out the window. Civil
that?
goes out the window. All of the
What's that?
things that they're supposed to do, they didn't do.
Yeah.
Instead, their guns are drawn. They're cussing at him,
Right.
telling him, you know,
Right.
get the
Policy
F over
enforcers.
here, pointing the
Right.
gun and saying, do you want me to, basically, do you want me to pew pew you? And all of that because he is pushing back to say, what are you doing here? This vehicle is not stolen. You know, this is my daughter, all of the things. But as you can hear one of the cops say, which is one of the folks when he was talking to his daughter, saying that he was trying to run the show. No, he wasn't trying to run the show. He was trying to stay safe. And he's trying to plead his case because that's what black men have to do. Otherwise, it doesn't end
Tell
well
me
for
about
them.
it.
So
me
oftentimes
about
what's happening now is a lot of black men are like, I know my rights and I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to resist. Because even if they do the right thing and do as they're asked,
There
it
was a
still
guy
doesn't
in
end well for them.
1966
So
in
at the
Oakland
very
who
least,
said
they're
the
like, you know
same
what?
thing.
I'm going to exercise my rights.
I wonder who that was.
Ultimately, he ended up getting arrested anyway. And even though you can hear his daughter talking about it and saying, you had your guns pointed at us. I'm terrified. And one of the things I really picked up on is when she said to the cop, do you see what's happening to black people? And did you see his face? It was almost like he was like, oh, like, please don't bring that race card out. Yeah, we're going to bring it out because this is what y'all do. I guarantee you, if that was one of the folks, that is not how they would have been treated at all. It would have been a nice civil conversation. It would have been a knock at the door, not just pulling up in the driveway with your guns drawn. It would have been a knock at the door. It would have been, hey, sir, this vehicle was reported stolen. We just want to make sure everything's okay. That's how it would have went down. unfortunately, that's just not the reality of Black people. So what we have to do is exactly what this brother did, which is expose them all, and they need to be sued because they did not do anything right.
To go right
and
straight
trying to
to
say, if he
fucking
would have
jail.
just did what we asked. No, he doesn't have to do what you're asked. No, he doesn't. Because like I said, whether we do, whether we don't, we are damned. So it's better that we all are armed with understanding our rights and resisting and not telling them anything, because we don't have to. It's called getting Mirandized first. It's called, you need to tell us why you're here, why you're pulling us over, why you're asking these questions. That's what has to happen first. So
is that
he did the right thing, but again, ultimately, his reality was he got arrested. What I would like to know is how this ended. So I will keep my eye on this and see how this unfolded, but I really hope and pray that he files a lawsuit against these officers.
And sue them.
Let me know what you all think about this. Don't forget to like, subscribe.
Yeah, and sue them personally. You don't sue.
All right, what caused you at that point in your career, 57, to turn to this kind of singing?
My economic situation.
Celebrities, and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
Darling, you send me.
Sam Cooke was more than just a great singer. He was a man who believed in change. He saw the struggles of Black people and wanted to make a difference. But what most people don't know is that Sam had a close-knitted friendship with Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali.
And gangs all here.
Joining the fun. The gang's all here. We're gonna swing as one.
Yeah, that's right. After he became
Malcolm X
champion.
felt Sam was not radical enough with his music, and that made him criticize Cooke. Many believe Sam Cooke tried to warn Malcolm X about the dangers ahead. But speaking the truth came with a price. Let's delve in.
She claims she didn't know who he was, which is a stone-ass lie. Everybody knew Sam, especially that side of town.
Sam Cooke was one of the first Black artists to find big success in America. At a time when Black singers had trouble getting played on the radio or making money from their music, Cooke broke barriers. He had a smooth voice, and his songs were loved by many.
Sam Cooke was my kind of person because he was interested quietly in Black history.
Hits like You Send Me and Cupid made him a household name. But Cooke wanted more than just fame. He wanted control over his own music. He did not want record labels to take most of his earnings, so he decided to start his own record company. This was a big deal because few Black artists had that kind of power in the music industry. Starting his own label gave Cooke the freedom to make the music he wanted. It also allowed him to help other Black musicians.
I was doing spirituals at the time, too.
All right, what caused you at that point in your career, 57, to turn to this kind of singing?
My economic situation.
He signed and promoted new artists, giving them a chance to succeed. Many of them would not have had opportunities without Cooke's help. At that time, record companies often took advantage of Black singers. Cooke wanted to change that. Cooke was also involved in the civil rights movement. He wanted equal rights for Black people in America. He used his success to speak out against racism. He was friends with Malcolm X, Jim Brown, and Muhammad Ali. These men were also fighting for Black rights in different ways.
When Black people were being discriminated against, that was the nature of the country at that particular time.
Malcolm X was a strong voice against racial injustice. Jim Brown was a famous football player who wanted better opportunities for Black athletes. Muhammad Ali, who was still known as Cassius Clay at the time, had just won the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship. They all had big ideas about how to improve life for Black Americans. One important night in 1964, these four men gathered at a hotel in Miami. Cassius Clay had just shocked the world by beating Sonny Liston to become the boxing champion. He was only 22 years old, and his victory was a huge moment in sports history.
I told the world, I talk to God every day. If God's with me, can't nobody be against me. I still got the world.
After the fight, he, Cooke, Malcolm X, and Jim Brown met in a hotel room. What they talked about remains a mystery. Some say they discussed civil rights. Others believe they just celebrated Clay's win. Years later, a play and a movie called One Night in Miami imagined what that night was like. The country was going through a lot of change at the time. Just 3 months earlier, President John F. Kennedy had been assassinated.
John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time today here in Dallas.
Before that, a church bombing in Alabama had killed 4 young black girls. The fight for civil rights was becoming more intense. People were demanding change, but racism was still strong. A few months after this night in Miami, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was passed, making it illegal to discriminate based on race. Even though Cooke was active in the civil rights movement, Malcolm X criticized him. He felt Cooke should sing more songs about racial injustice instead of love songs.
I love you, 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 I love you.
Malcolm believed that music was a powerful tool for change. He wanted Cooke to use his platform to fight racism more openly. Cooke believed that success in the mainstream music industry was already a form of protest. By becoming a major star, he showed that black artists could achieve great things. He also helped open doors for others.
These are puppets that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals. These are parrots that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals.
But Cooke was not completely silent on racial issues. Before their meeting in Miami, he had already written "A Change Is Gonna Come," a song that would become a major anthem for the civil rights movement.
Was his last record. But I know a change gonna come.
The song talked about the struggles black people faced and their hope for a better future. He performed it on television, but his performance was overshadowed by the Beatles appearing on another show around the same time. 6 weeks after their meeting, Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam, the religious group he had been part of for many years. He and Muhammad Ali also had a falling out. Ali stayed with the Nation of Islam and turned his back on Malcolm. They never spoke again. Jim Brown, who was part of the famous meeting in Miami, continued his career in football. The movie One Night in Miami makes it seem like he retired from football soon after that night, but that is not true.
And now here come Cassius, the exact contrast of everything that was representative of the Negro image. He said he was the greatest. All of the odds were against him. He upset the odds makers. He won.
Malcolm X and anybody else who attacks talks about attacking Elijah Muhammad will die. No man can oppose the message of Almighty God verbally or physically and get away with it.
He played for 2 more seasons and even won a championship. In 1966, he left football to focus on acting. He became one of the first black actors to have leading roles in Hollywood with his most famous movie, which was 100 Rifles. Muhammad Ali went on to become one of the greatest boxers of all time. He also became a major figure in the fight for black rights. He refused to go to war in Vietnam, saying he would not fight for a country that treated black people unfairly. Malcolm X continued his activism, but was assassinated in 1965. His death was another major blow to the fight for civil rights, which we would talk about more shortly. But now, let's delve into the civil rights anthem Sam created.
Sam Cooke was my kind of person because he was interested quietly in black history.
So Sam wanted to do something different. He saw what was happening in America, especially with the civil rights movement, and felt the need to speak up. He was inspired by Bob Dylan's song, Blowin' in the Wind, and wanted to create a song that would touch people's hearts and inspire them to fight for change.
That song affects me more than any song that he ever recorded.
In 1963, Cooke and his band were turned away from a whites-only motel in Louisiana. He felt humiliated and angry. That moment stayed with him. He realized that, as a black man, he was treated unfairly no matter how famous he was. He wanted to express those feelings in a song. He sat down and wrote lyrics about the struggles of black people and their hope for a better future. His words were powerful, describing the pain of being treated unfairly, but also holding on to hope that things would change.
But I know change gon' come.
The song was different from Cooke's usual music. Before this, he was known for lighthearted, romantic songs. His fans loved his smooth voice and happy melodies. But A Change Is Gonna Come was deeper. When Cooke recorded the song, he poured his heart into it. The music was powerful, and his voice carried deep emotion. The first time he played it for his friend Bobby Womack, Womack told him, "It sounds like death." The song had a sad and serious tone, but Cooke knew it was important. He believed it could inspire people to keep fighting for their rights. He only performed it live once because the emotions were so strong.
He was telling me the story. He said, I was born by the river, and there's a wait. In a little old tent, he's painting this picture. Oh, and just like the river I've been running ever since.
Sadly, Cooke never got to see the full impact of his song. Just weeks before it was released, he was shot and killed in a Los Angeles motel. He was only 33 years old. His death shocked the world. Years later, in 2008, when Barack Obama won the presidential election, he referenced the song in his victory speech. He said, "It's been a long time coming, but tonight, change has come to America." This moment proved that Cooke's message was still alive and meaningful.
It's been a long time coming, but tonight, because of what we did on this day, in this election, at this defining moment, change has come to America.
Sam grew up in a church where his father was a preacher. Cooke and his brothers and sisters had a gospel singing group called the Singing Children. By the time he was 14, he joined another gospel group called the Highway QCs. While singing in gospel, he met Lou Rawls, who was also a young gospel singer at the time. They became friends and would later work together in the music business.
Both were from Chicago.
Cooke became famous when he joined a gospel group called the Soul Stirrers. This was a very popular group that already had many fans. He replaced their lead singer and quickly became the main attraction. His smooth voice and charm made young people, especially girls, rush to see him sing. Some of the famous gospel songs he recorded with the group included Jesus Gave Me Water and Peace in the Valley. He even wrote some songs for the group. Cooke was helping gospel music reach younger people who had never been interested before.
Jesus gave water. Jesus gave water.
Even though gospel music was his first love, Cooke started to see that pop music had a much bigger audience. He wanted to reach more people and make more money. But there was a big problem. At that time, gospel singers were not supposed to sing pop music. Many church people saw pop as worldly and wrong. To avoid problems, Cooke released his first pop song under a fake name, Dale Cooke. However, everyone still knew it was him because of his unique voice.
I wondered if I could do the same thing. I wondered if I could be as successful singing secular music as gospel.
His record company was not happy with the music he was making. They expected him to sing in a fast and exciting style like Little Richard. But Cooke had his own style. He liked soft, romantic songs. This led to a disagreement, and he left the company. He wanted full control over his music and career.
Darling, you send me.
In 1957, he signed with a new company and released You Send Me. The song became a huge hit, reaching number one on the pop charts. Suddenly, he went from making $200 a week to over $5,000 a week. This success made him a national star. He started performing on TV and in concerts across the country. He was one of the few black singers at the time who had both black and white fans. Over the next few years, Cooke had many hit songs, including Cupid, Chain Gang,
Working on the chain gang.
Wonderful World, and Twistin' the Night Away.
Twisting the Night Away.
He knew that success was not just about singing. It was also about business. He also helped young artists get started, including
Like
Bobby
Aretha
Womack and
Franklin.
Johnny Taylor. Sam's business deals, especially with his manager, didn't come without controversy. He partnered with Alan Klein, a manager known for renegotiating contracts with big music companies. Klein helped Sam sign a new deal with RCA Records.
He wrote a lot of it.
Right. Aretha
And
Franklin.
I'm going to talk about that in my book. I've got a book.
However, the deal came with some criticism. In 1963, Sam signed a 5-year contract with Klein to manage his record label, SAR Records, and his publishing company, Kegs Music. Klein negotiated a deal with RCA Victor, where a company called Tracy Leontai, owned by Klein and managed by J.W. Alexander, would produce and own Sam's recordings. In return, RCA would handle the distribution and give Sam a royalty on each record sold. The deal seemed good for Sam, but it also meant that he had to give up some of his creative and financial control, as earlier mentioned. Cooke continued his music career, but tragedy struck in December 1964. In the early morning hours, guests at the Hacienda Motel in Los Angeles heard gunshots.
Figueroa.
But gun violence was common in that area, so they didn't think much of it. Even the police were not surprised when they arrived. They found Sam
the
Cooke.
LAPD.
Sam had received a phone call that brought him to that motel with the girl.
Many could not believe that a man with such a beautiful voice had died in such a horrible way. Earlier that evening, Sam had gone to dinner at a restaurant called Martoni's. It was a popular place where many musicians and celebrities gathered. He was there with his friend and producer Al Schmidt and Schmidt's wife. Sam was in a good mood, talking with friends and showing off a large amount of cash, about $5,000. He had earned this money from recent concerts.
He was making money and he was making the headway and he was making it without them.
At some point, Sam started talking to a young woman named Elisa Boyer. She was 22 years old. Later, Sam and Elisa left the restaurant together. Sam told Schmidt that he would meet him later at a nightclub, but he never arrived. Sam was married to Barbara Campbell, who was at home with their 2 children. But that night, he checked into the Hacienda Motel with Elisa, signing the register as husband and wife.
She claimed she didn't know who he was, which is a stone-ass lie. Everybody knew Sam, especially that side of town.
What happened next is unclear. Elisa later told the police that Sam forced her into the motel room. She claimed he pinned her down and tore her clothes. She said she was afraid he was going to hurt her. While Sam was in the bathroom, she grabbed her clothes, and his too, including his wallet and money, and ran out.
So she robbed
She called the police from a nearby phone booth, saying she had been kidnapped.
And this prostitute, I think that they got paid off and were in cahoots with somebody.
When Sam came out of the bathroom and saw that Elisa was gone, he became very angry. He was wearing only a sport coat. He went to the motel manager, Brotha Franklin, demanding to know where Elisa was. Franklin later said that Sam broke down her door and grabbed her arms. She claimed that he was aggressive and that she had to fight back. She said she kicked and bit him to protect herself.
She said Sam came to her door with only a jacket on.
Franklin said that Sam would not stop, so she grabbed a gun and shot him 3 times. 2 bullets missed, but 1 hit him in the heart and lungs, killing him. The police ruled his death as justifiable homicide, meaning Franklin was not charged with a crime. But many people did not believe this story. People who knew Sam said he was not a violent man. Some believed he was tricked and set up. The Hacienda Motel was known for crime and prostitution. Some think Elisa Boyer led him there on purpose to rob him. He had $5,000 that night, but the money was never found. Later, Boyer was arrested for prostitution. In 1979, she was even convicted of murder in another case.
This woman at the hotel or motel who had murdered people before there always had gotten off.
There are many unanswered questions about Sam's death. Some say the gun Franklin used did not match the one registered to her. The bullet from Sam's body also went missing from police evidence. When the autopsy was done,
LAPD.
doctors found a large bump on his head. Franklin said she beat him with a wooden broomstick after shooting him. But some people question this. If she was scared for her life, why would she drop a loaded gun and use a stick instead?
Which is
Brother
a stone-ass lie. Everybody knew Sam.
There's also something strange about Franklin's story. She said she fought Sam, but when she appeared on TV 5 days later, she had no injuries. If there was a violent struggle, wouldn't she have bruises? Also, guests at the motel said they didn't hear gunshots or a fight. This is strange because Franklin was on the phone with the motel owner at the time. The owner said they heard parts of the struggle.
How do you resolve this mystery?
Crime scene photos showed cuts and bruises on Sam's body. Singer Etta James saw his body at the funeral. She later wrote in her book that his injuries were much worse than reported. She said his head was almost separated from his shoulders and his hands were broken.
Too.
She did not believe Franklin's story. She said no woman with a broomstick could cause that kind of damage to a strong man like Sam. Some people believe Sam was killed somewhere else, and his body was brought to the motel later. Others think a third person was involved. One name that comes up often is Alan Klein, Sam's business manager. Klein had a reputation for being ruthless. Some believe he may have wanted control over Sam's money.
It ended up that Alan Klein actually owned Tracy, whereas Sam didn't, and Sam was under the impression that he owned her.
Another big issue is how the police handled the case. The Los Angeles Police Department closed the investigation quickly. Many people felt they did not care about finding the truth. Sam's friend Muhammad Ali said that if Sam had been a famous white artist, like Frank Sinatra, the FBI would have investigated. Norman Edelin, one of the few black police officers in Los Angeles at the time, believed racism played a role. He said the police saw Sam's death as just another black man being killed in a motel. They did not treat it as an important case.
During the funeral, Johnny Morissette, who was on the label, kept crying. He was like this. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry, Sam. Kept saying this.
Some even believe the FBI might have been involved. At the time, the FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, was watching many black leaders and celebrities. Sam was friends with Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X, both of whom were under FBI surveillance. Some think this connection may have made Sam a target. Talking about Malcolm X, he was murdered 2 months after Sam Cooke's death. He knew his life was in danger. He had told people that members of the Nation of Islam wanted to kill him. He had left the group and was speaking out against them. On the day he died, he was getting ready to speak to a crowd in New York City.
Apparently, 2 men approached the speaker's rostrum and discharged shots at him from apparently very close range.
As he stood on stage, someone in the audience yelled something to cause a distraction. When Malcolm X and his security looked in that direction, a man ran up and shot him in the chest with a shotgun. Then, 2 more men rushed forward and fired more shots at him. He was taken to the hospital, but the doctors could not save him. He had been shot 21 times in different parts of his body. He was pronounced dead a short time later. People were shocked and heartbroken. Malcolm X had been a strong and powerful voice for black people, and now he was gone.
He sustained 1 shot in the lower right chin, and the other 6 hit him in the chest and body.
One of the shooters, a man named Talmadge Hayer, was caught at the scene. The crowd attacked him before the police arrived. Later, 2 other men, Norman 3X Butler and Thomas 15X Johnson, were also arrested. All 3 were members of the Nation of Islam, and they were convicted of murder and sent to prison for life. After spending many years behind bars, Butler and Johnson were released. Butler changed his name to Muhammad Abdul Aziz and later became the leader of a mosque in Harlem. Johnson, who had left the Nation of Islam and converted to Sunni Islam, also continued to insist he was innocent. He died in 2009. Hayer, who also converted to Sunni Islam, was released from prison in 2010.
Two men who were wrongly convicted and jailed for decades for assassinating Malcolm X in 1965.
In 2021, new evidence came to light. Investigators found that the police and the FBI had hidden important information that could have proven Butler and Johnson were not involved. Their convictions were overturned, meaning they were officially cleared of the crime. Later, Aziz sued the city for wrongful imprisonment. He had spent years in prison for something he did not do. A biography about Malcolm X, written by Les Payne and Tamara Payne, revealed more details about the killers. It named different men from the Newark Mosque as the real shooters. One of them, William Bradley, was the one who fired the first shotgun blast. But these men were never brought to justice.
The foulness endings in the air. The funk of 40,000 years.
Did you fall asleep? Now we got commercials up here. Brother Che. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we don't know what's happening in that Denver office, so I'm talking over this commercial right here. Okay, and what it is that I just did a search on the autopsy report for Sam Cooke, and the autopsy
Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet, and I am Black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. I found an interesting compilation that's been spread around on Instagram and TikTok.
Okay, as I stated, I can't get in touch with Brother
This
Che,
is a compilation
but I did review the autopsy report by Thomas Noguchi on Sam Cooke in Los Angeles.
Either how they don't use washcloths or how they just don't wash at all, right? And I wanted to do a reaction to it because you know,
I'm signing off
if
from
I
Las
just
Vegas,
talk about
Nevada.
this sort of stuff, then people assume that I'm just making it up, or you know, that I've created something out of my head. So I want to make sure that you see it and hear it right from the horse's mouth, right? And you know, you heard the intro, so you know what's coming, and we're going to look through this compilation here and see what these folks are talking about. And there's one part that I actually did a commentary on already, and I talked about, it was like a compilation, or it's a video of a woman talking about how she doesn't force her kids to wash up or take baths or whatever, but it's only a short section in this compilation. So let's turn it on, make sure my volume is good, and we're going to watch it, and I'll give my commentary as we go on. Okay, so let's start. You remember this classic skit from the Chappelle Show, and that's how it starts out. So let's watch it here.
Washcloths. Did you know that?
I agree. I think the washcloth is a poor person thing. Because
I've only met poors who use them. I've never met.
Wait, but is it also European? Because I have European friends that do it as well.
Maybe they're poor. I don't know.
I don't know. But we never did in my house. There was no time for that.
No. I've ended friendships when I saw washcloths. I'm serious. I don't want that stink on me, that like poor stink.
Yeah. But I don't understand. I guess it is just so that you don't have to touch your hands to your genitals.
We don't have that much soap to go around.
So this is the comedian, I think his name is Tom Segura, and I think that's his lady, but she's also the co-host of his podcast, and they're talking about how they don't use washcloths, right? And apparently, just like we've heard, they just use the raw bar of soap, or they just use their hands and clean themselves that way. And that includes their genital areas, underarms, and everywhere else where bacteria forms. So yeah, that's something that is just opposite of how I was raised and opposite of how I know a lot of you were raised when it comes to keeping yourself clean. Let's keep on watching.
Do you use a washcloth? No, me either. I think disgusting. Am I scrubbing my body with a washcloth? Yeah. Absolutely not. I know. I think we're a UTI waiting to happen. I think we're in the minority. I really do. No, I think we are.
Just look, you see the shock on her face when she found out that it's only her and her people who don't use washcloths. and basically she's saying that she's worried about getting an infection from using a washcloth, which I don't get that part of it. You're not using the same washcloth for your backside and your front parts. You use different washcloths, or once you're done with that washcloth, you do it the right way, do it front to back, and then you wash that washcloth. It's not that hard. It's not that hard at all. I don't know where these people are getting some of this stuff from, but let's keep on watching.
People use washcloths? I think so. Like for their body. Yeah. What do you mean? Like, what are you washing your butt with? My hand.
She uses her bare hands to wash her butt. And some of you guys, you just love you some Beckys, boy. You love you some Beckys and some Chloes. And they use their bare hands to wash their behind. And then they're going to go in the kitchen and make your food. I guess that's why they don't need any spice. They got some spice coming from their backside that they're putting on your food, right? So that's for you, some of you male swirlers out there. You guys get to see this up front, and you don't think that I'm making it up. Let's watch some more.
Like, what? I would never. Would never do that. No. I'd burn the wash.
She said she would burn the washcloth if she washed her behind with it. The washcloth would just disintegrate. So she thinks using her hands is the better option. Now this is another video where a woman talks about how she keeps herself clean, and or what she decides to clean. Let's watch this one.
First thing you wash.
Okay, I definitely go hair first.
Hair first?
Hair first.
Do you wash your hair every time?
Well, I only take like one shower every 6 days, so.
So you start with hair?
Start with hair.
And then?
One shower every 6 days. Good God almighty.
Then I'll normally do conditioner and then face wash. Then I get out.
Wash her hair and her face, that's it, and just gets out of the shower. Now you can imagine how she smells all the time, and only taking a shower every 6 days. Good God. Let's keep on watching.
She's in there just...
All right, here's my question. Do you use the washcloth in the shower?
No.
What do you use?
I made the conscious decision to stop washing my hands. I think when I was in college. Was it college for you? I don't know. That's when I worked.
So we had one woman. So one Becky already says she washes her butt with her bare hands, and now you got another woman, another Becky, and her friend saying they made a conscious decision not to wash their hands. So now they're washing up with their hands in the bathroom and not washing their hands. I tell you, folks, and like I said, y'all just love them so much. Hilarious. Let's keep on watching.
Because one of my good friends from college also doesn't wash her hands, and it was like, we had that bonding experience. One day I was like, I'm just not gonna wash them. She was like, I'm not either. I don't wash my hands. I don't really trust people that wash their hands because Well, one, I don't think it does anything to actually wash. It doesn't do anything to actually wash them. I do wash if I go number 2. They didn't used to wash them back in like way back in the day when they didn't have, and you would go to the bathroom out in the outhouse. Nobody washed their hands then, and there was less diseases.
No, that's not true, Becky. That's not true. You might not have heard as many diseases because the people were dying from not cleaning their hands, right? They would not clean their hands, and it would transfer to their food, and these people would just die from either like some sort of food poisoning or, dysentery or whatever other disease that they caught from you and your buddies not washing their hands. So this is why they all had such a hard time during COVID, right? Because during COVID, they were told they had to distance, they had to keep their hands clean, that they had to wear a mask, and people were mandating that they act right, and they didn't want to do it. They would rather have civilization go into another dark age before they decide to keep clean. Let's keep on watching.
My roommate told me I'll have to turn the water on because I'm like, I don't want them to think I'm like disgusting. I'll text. I'll turn the water on and take a text break and be like, when you're at work and someone that goes into the cell, you're like, well, I guess I'll fake wash my hands now. We're always in the bathroom with Kate, and I'm always like.
So even if you're caught by somebody not washing your hands, you won't even wash your hands for real. They'll pretend to wash their hands. They'll go texting or just turn the water on to make the noise. Ridiculous.
We also don't shower.
My children probably bathe maybe once a week.
Can you talk
maybe,
and they
don't use.
Michael's a 4th Japanese. He thinks they have to bathe every day. Can you?
One time we had somebody on, and they were talking about this, and when the clip went viral, and they said we were abusing people. I was like, oh Lord! They said something about privilege too. I was like, what? I didn't know how that works.
I said that I did delayed bathing with both my kids.
Yes, that's. Because why would you need to? Why are they dirty?
Talk to us about how you only bathe your kids once a week. I want to know more about that.
Well, first off, I just let my kids do what they want to do. I have 4 children. I'm not going to fight with my kids over little stupid things like bathing.
Agreed.
What's the age gap again?
Almost 10, 7, 5, and 2.
Woo, you're in it.
Yeah.
So you don't make them bathe every day. You'll just do when they want to once a week.
If it's once a week, like now.
So you got your kids, you're funky and your kids are funky. You don't even make sure your kids wash up. Don't even want your own children to be clean. And then we wonder why when we send our kids to school with these people, our kids come home sick, right? Or our kids catch something. I tell you, folks.
So they swim. We have a pool and they swim in the summer. So I guess we call that bathing. So it's probably even less than that, but.
Pool is not bathing. Your kids getting, in fact, that makes things worse with the chemicals from the pool. Let's keep on going.
We tell it our kids have autonomy over their bodies and their rooms, assuming, and they can make all the choices around that, assuming they're safe.
We avoid bathing, but we bathe very rarely.
Oh my God, I'm so happy that you're talking about this.
Yeah.
She didn't have a bath.
Yeah, we didn't bathe her for the first whole part of her childhood. And now we basically bathe her as she asks for it because it's fun, or she's exceptionally dirty.
We really wanted.
We didn't bathe our child for the first part of her life. Good God Almighty! So that's how they train their kids. No bathing whatsoever. Just let the kids run around and be stinky. Good God.
Keep her skin microbiome as healthy and intact. Even if it's just rinsing with water, our water has chlorine in it and all kinds of other preservatives and different chemicals that I just didn't want to expose her to.
This show and being married to my wife has opened me up to so many more thought processes like this, because I think so many of us are conditioned. But if you really strip it down and think about it, obviously we lived this way naturally for a very long time. I think you put up the commercial.
And people died during those times. That's why life expectancy wasn't that long, because you people were not clean. Good God, they don't teach this stuff. I know all they teach is they want to teach European history. Do they just skip over the Dark Ages? They skip over the plague. They skip over early colonization, where lots of colonials were dying off as soon as they got here from all the diseases and stuff. Now I know why a lot of these little kids walk around smelling like ravioli and whatnot, because because they don't wash. Their parents don't encourage washing. They don't encourage bath time or shower time or anything. This is ridiculous, So let's keep on watching to see where this goes. How many of these other folks will admit on camera to being funky?
Constraints and people change their behavior. So it's like coming back to a more primal way of life.
Now that you guys are saying this, that makes a lot of sense to just like let it be. And I feel like as a mother too, you have intuition to know when they need a bath.
Do you wash your legs in the shower?
No.
I do it if I have like plans. Maybe I need to work on
the bathrobe, and here is a towel and a washcloth. Why would I need a washcloth?
I do remember this scene going viral not too long ago where this show was basically showcasing that, the difference between blacks and whites and how they wash. Let's keep on watching it.
To wash yourself with. It's in the name. Washcloth. I just take the soap and rub it on my body. That's nasty. I mean, you're getting the soap all dirty. Soap can't get dirty. It's soap. Wait a minute. Do white people not use washcloths? I don't know any who do. Do black people use washcloths? I don't know any who don't. Really? Who knew?
I learned it.
So yeah, that's the compilation, folks. So I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Well, I guess I shouldn't say enjoyed, but you got the point. So it's not just Mad Blacc telling you what these folks do behind closed doors. You got to see it for yourself. You got to see several of them say it, and you got to see what I'm talking about when I talk about these things and why I play that particular intro song when I talk about these topics. Anyway, Mad Blacc, and I will be back with my foot on a devil's back.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, I have some really great news. This is some news that many of you all have been looking forward to hearing. A great way to start the weekend. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Kristi Noem has finally identified the ICE leakers, right? Those who have been leaking out ICE raids within DHS, giving this information out to so-called anti-ICE, anti-mass deportation activists, putting the lives of ICE agents and multiple other federal agents, putting their lives at risk as they go out on these raids to bust illegal immigrant criminals who are members of MS-13, Tren de Aragua, 18th Street Gang, and a host of other cartels. These guys have finally been busted, and here is the news. I want to play this video first, and then we'll dissect some of what we hear moving forward. So let's jump into this video clip right now.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says that they have identified the leakers who exposed the locations of upcoming immigrations and custom enforcement raids. This is a big deal, and our Bill Malugin has got the details. Bill.
Yeah, John, good afternoon to you. Just a short time ago, DHS officials confirmed to Fox News, they say they have identified 2 people within DHS who they say they have caught leaking information about ICE operations to different targets, and then put those operations in jeopardy. We got a video from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem herself making this announcement, was just sent over to us. Take a look.
Everyone, I wanted to give you a quick update. We have identified 2 leakers of information here at the Department of Homeland Security who have been telling individuals about our operations and putting law enforcement lives in jeopardy. We plan to prosecute these 2 individuals and hold them accountable for what they've done. And we're going to continue to do all that we can to keep America safe.
And a DHS spokesperson also sent us the following statement on record, which says, quote, "We are preparing to refer these perpetrators to the DOJ for felony prosecutions. These individuals face up to 10 years in federal prison. We will find and root out all leakers. They will face prison time, and we will get justice for the American people." Now, to that point, we do want to point out that this is just a referral. It is ultimately going to be up to the Department of Justice on whether or not they want to move forward with prosecutions of these alleged leakers. You have to keep in mind these individuals, whoever they are, will also have due process, and they would have to be either found guilty or put in a guilty plea if we want to talk about any sort of prison time. But guys, this is obviously very significant. You're looking at video from an ICE raid in Aurora, Colorado last month. I was on that operation. It failed. It leaked. There were media reports that the raid was coming days in advance. The same thing happened for an operation here in Los Angeles. Another operation in Virginia just leaked a few days ago. There was also another leak in Chicago. These leaks have been widespread. It has happened multiple times. They have seemed to be getting worse and worse. And
so we'll stop it right there. As he's saying, they were getting worse and worse because, as I covered here on this channel during one of my mass deportation live streams, some of you may know this, some of you might not, it had gotten to the point to where ICE officers in Los Angeles were getting doxxed. They were putting up posters all over Los Angeles, you know, little post-its, you know, on trees and whatnot, where they would have the name, face, identification, phone number of the ICE officers that were conducting raids. They were doxing these guys, not just putting their lives at risk, but putting their families' lives at risk. Okay, so this should be an open and shut slam dunk case as far as I'm concerned. I don't believe that there's going to be any issue with Pam Bondi prosecuting these two individuals, but you have to really let this sit on your mind for a moment, right? As you all remember, when I covered the committee hearing on sanctuary cities, right? And I did a live stream on that. And I made it a point to highlight Nancy Mace's line of question. Within her line of questioning, when she was speaking to these sanctuary city mayors, she asked the most profound question throughout the entire 6-hour hearing. And the question that she asked was, do you hate Trump more than you love your country? Let me rephrase that. She said, do you hate President Trump more than you love your country? That was a very profound question because we all know the answer to that question. And the answer is yes, they do hate President Trump more than they love their country. Trump derangement syndrome is very real. And that's what you're seeing here with these leakers within the Department of Homeland Security. These weren't hackers that broke into the system. These were guys within the DHS. These were people that are supposed to be protecting the homeland, but instead are working to actively keep criminals on the street. Mind you, when they were releasing and leaking this information, these people weren't confused as to who ICE was going after. They knew that ICE wasn't going to your local Home Depot and just grabbing up any random individual. They knew that ICE was targeting dangerous Trinidad gang members, MS-13 gang members, 18th Street gang members, cartel members. They knew this. But the Trump derangement syndrome is so real, and these people hate President Trump so much more than they love their own country that they were willing to put that information out just so Trump can fail in his mass deportation efforts. How sick are these people? These people are truly sick and deranged. And I want to show you this article here, you know, as we begin to wrap things up a bit. You know, look at this here. These are the type of people that these lunatics within the DHS are trying to protect. Look at this here as we wrap this up, please. This is from Breitbart. Illegal alien charged with human trafficking. 16-year-old girl in Florida. These are the people that ICE is trying to get off the street, but these are also the same people that these two lunatics within the DHS were trying to keep free. As the article reads, I'm only going to read maybe the first 3 paragraphs. Jose Valerio Rodriguez, a 70-year-old illegal alien from Cuba, has been arrested and charged with human trafficking and violating a minor, right? Engaging in explicit activity with a minor. As a result, Valerio Rodriguez is now facing deportation from the United States. Last month, Flagler County Sheriff's deputies contacted the 16-year-old victim after she had been reported missing but had returned home. The girl told police she had been with Valerio Rodriguez, who was living in a tent behind a gas station, and that he explicitly assaulted her. These are the kind of people that ICE are going after. But these DHS lunatics, who are obviously DNC lunatics, are trying to protect. Once again, these are the bad guys that ICE is trying to take off the streets. Why anybody would interfere with that is beyond me, unless you are truly a deranged and sick individual. And it appears that within our government, we have a lot of truly deranged and sick individuals who hate President Trump more than they love their country. Unbelievable. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And most importantly, make sure you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. And how are you?
I'm doing good also.
That's good.
Let's talk about Dolton.
Oh, let's talk.
What does this community mean to you?
This community means a lot to me. When I moved here, I met a lot of great people, built a really solid bond with the neighbors. And there were times that I could have easily left, but I stayed because I truly love the community and I love my neighbors. It's hard to get good neighbors. And when you got neighbors that's like family, it's priceless.
That kept you in this community, the neighbors, the community feel, the family feel.
Yes.
How long have you lived here?
I've been here 17 years now.
17 years.
Yes.
And what made you choose Dolton out of all the other Southland communities or the city? What made you come to this location?
Well, how I came to this location, well, first through marriage. My husband, his mother, unfortunately, she passed away. She had was dealing with some health issues. So in order for us to be able to take care of her, we had to find a house. So we found the home here. We moved her in so we can care for her 24/7. But unfortunately, she had to go into a nursing home, and from there she transitioned. So we end up keeping the house. Yeah.
Dolton's in the news a lot lately. When you hear the stories, when you hear about them, you see them, how does it make you feel?
It's really disappointing because we have been national news, not for a good thing. It's been a really bad negative thing. And speaking with the residents, talking with the people that live in the village, it's just been so draining. It's been like a nightmare that just won't go away. It's like no matter what you do, it's like I go to sleep, I wake up, and the problem is still here. So it's been a nightmare.
But there's so many good things happening in this community, but they're being overshadowed by all the negative news.
Yes.
Do you think you can change that?
Most definitely. I have the personality. I have the wherewithal. Of course I can change it. I jumped in the race to change it. You know, we have to change the narrative. We don't want people to see us that we're just this community that's constantly suffering or living in poverty, because it's far from what the image that has been put out on the internet. You have a lot of working class people here. You have a lot of retired people here. Just on this block alone are working class people. So to put that image out that the average person only make like $25,000 or $20,000 a year is false. It is an excellent community with good people. We just need a change in leadership that's going to bring the morale back, that's going to build this community back up, make it a place that's happy for the people to live at again.
How long did you think about, you know what, I need to be in this race. I need to be, I'm that person. Did it take you long to figure that out? Did you say, you know what, I'm running?
Well, actually, some years ago, it just came to me and I was like, you know what, I'm going to run for mayor. And to be honest, I was like, it's going to be either Dolton or Harvey. But I'm like, I'm here in Dolton. And then when all this stuff started to transition, something inside of me said, now is the time. If you don't get in here and fight for the people and fight for what's right, who else will do it? So this is why my hat is in this ring, because I'm truly fighting for the people. I mean, I don't have any ulterior motive. I'm not looking for anything to gain. I will see a community that could be great. You know, I live here. I don't like having to go into other communities and taking my resources to them. I like to be able to go downtown and to shop at a store, or to shop at or go to a nail salon, or shop at the pet store, and keep those resources here in the village. You know, once you hit a certain age, you're like, hey, you know, it's all about comfort. And why can't we have this? And I shouldn't have to take my resources over to the neighboring suburb when I can have it right here. So I got in this race to build this community back up.
You're running on an independent party. What is the name of your party?
It's Rebuilding Dolton.
Rebuilding. Why did you choose to run as an independent?
Because when I look at the Democratic and the Republican Party, when I do my research and I look at the characters of a lot of these politicians, I don't want any part of it. You know, I'm a free thinker. I like to think on my own. I don't like to be boxed in. I'm a type of girl that thinks outside of the box. You know, don't box me in. There's a lot inside of me, and there's a lot for me to give and offer to the community. So independent is the only way to go. Yeah.
There are a lot of issues that, you know, Lori Lightfoot was hired by majority of trustees to look into. A lot of issues that she brought to light. Any of those issues really stick out to you that you think really need to be paid attention to or focused on?
Well, definitely the finances. You know, when you look at the deficit and you look at bills not being paid, you look at the mismanagement of money, that is one of the main things that we truly have to focus on. You have to manage your money. You got to budget your money. You got to, you know, you got to live not beneath your means, but you got to live within your means. So that's one of the main issues, is the budget and transparency. You know, I hear a lot of people say transparency. Are you really telling us the truth as far as to what's going on with the village? And honestly, I think not. There's a lot that's really going on that the people really don't even know. And it's important to be transparent. When I do things, I like to sit down and say, look, here's the books. This is where we're at. This is what we spent. This is what's coming in, and this is what's going out. And I believe when you have full transparency and you tell the people, then they don't mind getting behind you and rallying with you and being there for you. But you have to really, truly be transparent. You have to. That's the only way it's going to work.
Some other issues that residents have talked to me about is Village Hall being closed off. You know, you have that little area to do your business. And then also, it's going on, you know, several months that the police department hasn't had a police chief.
Yeah. Especially with the Village Hall. You know, there's days I've had to go take care of business and I feel like, oh God, I'm in a 4x4 box. Like, make this stuff make sense. As far as the police department, we have to get a chief that's going to build the morale of the officers. I've spoken with so many officers, and the morality is so low. And I'm a firm believer, when you build the morale, you make it a safe space for them to work, and then you have to build the bridge and close the gap between the residents and the police officers. They have to understand one another. And then there's another thing, when I talk to officers, they're mentally so frustrated. And this is one of the things we need to do. We need to make sure we take care of the mental health of our officers, because a lot of them are stressed. And I am a police officer's mother, so I understand it. And with my daughter, I have her once a month. We have a mental check. I create a safe space where you can come, you can sit, you can talk about the issues, you can talk about the things that you're dealing with on the job. You get a chance to release, because a lot of these officers, they go out on the street, they're under so much stress. So by the time they get to that person that they're dealing with, they're just ready to offload their frustration. So we have to make sure we keep the mental health of our officers up to par.
With that in mind, the fire department also, they're working no contract. Again, some of the things you may want to look at when you get in office,
Yes.
but is that something else that you?
Oh yes, most definitely. Because if your fire department, your police department, those are the main entities that you want up and running. You want to make sure those guys are taken care of. You want to make sure their pay is correct. You want to make sure their 401ks, you know, all the benefits that come along with it, because they are the heartbeat of the community. You know, if the house catch on a fire and we don't have firemen, we're in bad shape. So the police department, the fire department, those are major entities that must be taken care of.
You know, Lori Lightfoot said, you know, her investigation found these things, these problem areas, but she feels, you know, that this community can get back to good government and can right the ship. Is that what you can do?
Yes. So to meeting with investors. And I have like literally been going hard since I've jumped into this race. And a lot of the investors, they are willing to invest. They're willing to help bring businesses back into this community, but they want to make sure that they're doing it under the right leadership. It's nothing against the other two that has been in office or that's running for office, but they know me, they know of my character. A lot of them have worked with me. They're willing to bet their money on me and help building this community back up. And that's what we need. We know, yeah, economics. I mean, it's just like running a household. If you don't have any economics coming in, you can't run the household. So we got to get investors. We got to bring businesses back. When you make it attractive, then you start attracting home buyers. And a lot of these homes need to be put back on the tax brackets. And that's one of the things I have been doing here in Dolton since 2012. I have been making sure that every house possible, if I can help it, get it rehabbed, get it sold, get it back on the tax bracket. Because the more homeowners we have, it eases the load for everyone.
It does, but property taxes have increased in this community and all throughout the Southland. And that would, I would think something needs to be addressed there too, because a lot of people can't afford their homes.
Yes, well, I actually, a week ago, talked with the Cooke County assessor concerning the taxes. Like, you got to explain to me, why are you just raising taxes? Like, what is the point of just sitting down saying, okay, we're going to raise taxes? Do you guys take the time out to actually come out and access the homes? Or you just sit behind a desk and just raise the prices? So yes, something definitely has to be done about that.
How do you get people to know who you are? Are you door knocking, or how do people get to know you, Casundra?
I'm a door knocker. I like to go knock on doors. When I came in this neighborhood, I knocked on every door and introduced myself. Hi, I'm Casundra. I'm your neighbor. Da 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 da. Let's get to meet. Let's sit and have lunch. I've thrown barbecues. I just, like for the women on the block, I throw a tea party. Come on, let me introduce myself so you can get to know me and things of that nature. So I'm a door knocker. I'm a people person. I like to go knock on doors, introduce myself. We were out this weekend and so many people invited us into the house. Come on in. And I'm like, yes, that's my type of thing. Talk to me. Tell me your issues. Tell me what you got going on. What are your concerns about the village? You know, so I'm a door knocker. I got to get, I got to get out there. Internet is perfect. It's, it's fine and good, but it's nothing like that one-on-one contact with the residents.
So social media is okay, but you're more that in-person contact.
Yes.
Because if a Dolton resident says, hey, I want to know more about her, what should we tell them?
You should, first of all, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a woman that cares, and I'm just overall a good person. I tell people, get to know me. You get to know me, Regina, you'll be like, oh my God, she is just so cool and down to earth. I mean, I'm the type of person that I will give you the shirt off my back. People will tell you that know me on this block. I have taken in foster kids. I have taken in homeless people. I have let them live in my house. I have adjusted my life to help someone get up on their feet. Those are the type of things that I have done. And I have worked in this community. My hands has literally been on 5 houses in this block. This house right here, when our neighbor passed, I bought the house from the son so it wouldn't just not sit, so it can be back on the tax bracket. I was willing to work extra hours, do whatever I had to do to make sure that this house stayed on the tax bracket.
And you did a lot of the work, all the work. You were not just, you did some of the physical work as well.
Yeah, I'm a contractor. I did like 99.9% of the work. I'm that type of girl. You see me like this, but when it's time to work, you see me with the headband, the construction boots on, you see me with the tool belt on. I get in there and I get the job done. Yeah, and that's what I do.
April 1st, this election, you're going to be doing a lot of door knocking up until then.
Yes, every weekend throughout the week, I'm out. I know Dolton is kind of divided up in like 4 zones. In each zone, each weekend, I'm going out, knocking on doors, passing out flyers, addressing the issues of the people. And I want people to feel safe. I want you to get to know me. Forget about what you hear on social media. Forget about what you see on the internet. Get to know me for who I am. Sit down and have a conversation with me. I'm an open book. I have nothing to hide. Yeah, I'm an open book.
My next question, I have to ask you this. The meetings can be a bit wild sometimes. Do you go to the meetings? If so, why or why not?
I go to the meetings, but I'm the type of person, I like to be productive. I don't like my time wasted. Because one thing about time, and I'm getting older, you got to maximize every moment. So when I go to these meetings, and a lot of times I feel like they're a waste of time because you get nothing accomplished. So sometimes it's like, I'd rather have a hammer in my hand, or I'd rather have my chef jacket on. I'd rather be producing, you know. So I'll go to the meetings, but when it's not productive, I can find something else to be doing. Yeah, I'd rather come out and cut the grass of the whole block than to be sitting in a meeting and watching them argue and fight back and forth and point the finger, and at the end of the meeting, nothing gets accomplished.
And then who suffers?
The residents.
Finish this sentence for me. Dolton is
being rebuilt by Casundra, Hopson-Jordan, and Denasha Harris for the Rebuilding Dolton Party. It's going to be rebuilt. That's my goal. I'm going to rebuild this village. And I am that type of mayor. As I told someone the other day, you will see me out there cutting grass. You will see me out there planting flowers. That's the type of mayor I am. Listen, behind the desk is good, but I'm the type that, listen, if the neighbor or a resident called me and said, I need help with something, I'm that one. I'm in the car. I'm there at the house. I'm getting it done. Because that's just the type of person I am. I'm military. You know, we don't just sit around and we go out in the field and we get it done.
What branch?
Navy.
How many years?
I was in 6 years. I did 4 reserve, and then I finished out, 4 active, and then I finished out with the reserve. I was in doing the Gulf War.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. So after that Gulf War, I'm like, you know, I love my country, but I love me more. Yeah. No, you're welcome.
Yeah, man, we get to the unhoused, never knows. Alright, I'm gonna end it there. Let's go. So peace, love, light, reparation, celebration. Yeah. Oh, cuz is still here. Sorry, cuz. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, he's played a lot. Alright, have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Season 4, episode 50, part 3 of Front Line Blacc News. Shabak is like experience enhanced. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all our platforms. Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabak is like experience enhanced. Join us today for a brand new episode. Peace, love, light, reparations, and celebrations of Black empowerment. Shan Clement signing up from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant to the city. Soon to be arrested city in a sundown town on the floor of Colorado. Peace.